inevitably, the landscape of logistics shifts, like sand in the desert, presenting new openings, new frontiers. For leaders in logistics, this evolving landscape demands agility, resilience, and innovation. It calls upon us to reimagine the way we move goods across the globe, forging new partnerships and driving sustainable growth. As we stand at the crossroads of change, we must ask ourselves, how can we harness the power of logistics to create a more connected, prosperous, and sustainable world? How can we turbocharge the leverage of technology to optimize supply chains, enhance visibility, and reduce costs? How can we build resilient and agile networks that can withstand disruptions and adapt to changing market conditions? The power of logistics lies not only in moving goods, but in connecting people, communities, and nations. By working together, we can define and build the world we want to live in. Join us on this exciting journey to unlock the limitless potential of logistics, to drive growth and create opportunities for generations to come. Welcome to the second day of the Global Logistics Forum 2024, where we reshape the global map of logistics.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, salam alaikum. Welcome to day 2 of the Global Logistics Forum. I hope you had an excellent evening and you come here re-energized to go again, really. Femi, I would say, for me, a forum it's a marketplace. It's a marketplace for ideas, for conversations, for connections, and for transactions. We saw all of that yesterday,
Absolutely.
So plenty more to come.
Mm-hmm. Welcome also to our viewers who are joining us online, watching the Arabic stream and also the English stream. Shukran. Thank you so much for following us. Our themes for today are the themes for the forum: powering global markets, seamless integrated services, and next-gen logistics in the plenary room and also on the breakout stages. But we start our conversation with a very important message about how logistics impacts all of our lives. Take a look at the video screen.
Logistics is important. If you want to manufacture in your country, if you want to move goods, it's important to have a good logistic plan. You work it with many countries, many regions, to be sure that goods pass in the right time.
Strong message there about the importance of logistics. The scale of logistics is still staggering to me. And we're going to kick off with a reference to that. And I think it's something that for all of you, or the vast majority, is going to be so important because we're talking to your customers effectively. The title of our opening panel discussion is the $6 trillion question. What do freight buyers want? What do the customers of the suppliers of logistics really want? What are their needs today as opposed even to 12 months ago? And what are they looking for in the future? They're becoming ever more discerning in terms of what logistics suppliers have to bring to them, whether that is in terms of modernization, issues surrounding climate, and obviously cost and profitability. So what I'd like to do is invite our 3 speakers to come and join me up on the stage for this, the $6 trillion question. Panelists, please come and join me. Wei Chuen Chua, who's Senior Director of Public Affairs at the fast fashion company Shein. Shaheen Mohammed, Director here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for Lulu Saudi Hypermarkets. Wei Chuen, come and join us. And Michael Stockdale. Michael is the Group Head of Supply Chain and Logistics for Red Sea Global. Gentlemen, you're all very welcome indeed. Come and join me. You'll probably have noticed immediately, one of the distinguishing features of the three gentlemen here is they are from very different backgrounds, effectively, and therefore have different needs. So I think the first thing sensibly to do is get a little snapshot as to the nature of the business, and therefore the nature of what you require from logistics. And Wei Chuan, you're here from Shein, huge, fast-growing organization that has developed some massive markets very quickly. Tell us a couple of minutes about Shein.
So firstly, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. My name is Wei Chuan and I represent Shein. We are a global online fashion and lifestyle retailer that sells into over 150 markets. Our mission is to make the beauty of fashion accessible to all. So in trying to achieve that, what we've done is to firstly gain a good understanding of our customers. And that's by studying what's trending in the markets, be it on the runway shows or in social media, developing a very close understanding of what customers want, turning that into a design briefs for our designers as well as our suppliers that would design products. But where we differ from many brands is that we then just order 100 to 200 pieces per item that we have designed. And then we measure the demand, we see whether that item that we have listed on our website or app is popular, and then we increase production when we see a demand, and we stop production if there's no demand. So that way we closely match supply to demand that we see in the market. It allows us to provide a wide range of products at affordable prices to our customers.
You had an expression for that. I called it bespoke, a sort of new style bespoke, but you would put it how?
I would say that we try to do a bit of a micro production, right, of different styles, but at scale, so that we can meet the needs of our customer base around the world.
And the bottom line must be speed, presumably. I mean, the fashion has to fit, the trends have to match, but if you're not that fast, the customer is already wondering whether that's the best route to go.
I think what we want to do is to meet the customer's needs, right? So the connotation of fast sometimes conjures the image of waste. So for us, I think, we always like to say we are not fast fashion. We are on-demand fashion. We try to give what the customers need and reduce any waste in the production system to achieve that.
Okay, and we can look, and we will in a moment, about some of the issues that come with that and what the customer expects, and therefore what your logistics suppliers need to deliver. Shaheem, let me come to you. Lulu hypermarkets here in Saudi Arabia. My goodness, I mean, a supermarket is a complex business. Yours is massively complex. You're drawing on so many different products from different directions. A lot of it has to be fresh. So what are the big challenges for you? How does it work?
So logistics for supermarket is a bunch of moving blocks. We operate about 262 shops, 1.3 million square meter of retail space. But all these retail space are fed by logistics centers spread across 20 countries, 28 cities. Now we have put up one in Saudi Arabia. A wide range of export is happening from Saudi. 20% of the revenue is coming from Saudi, and 30% of the expansion of the group is also in Saudi. Saudi Arabia used to be predominantly an importing space for us, gradually changing nowadays. A lot of products are being sourced from Saudi and exported to elsewhere. Now, we are not only having import logistics in Saudi, but as reverse logistics as well, as the export is gradually growing from Saudi Arabia. We are operational in this part in Saudi in 14 cities where there is 200,000 plus population. There are 22 cities in this country with 200,000 plus population where we are intent to present. It's seventh largest country, so it is widely spread. Logistics within the country is quite demanding, but given the infrastructure that is built recently, we are able to move the products quite easier among all countries that we operate in the world.
So you've got a vast range of products, obviously. Foodstuffs spring to mind in terms of when we think about hypermarkets, that's one of the areas. And it's got to be fresh, it's got to come from different parts of the world. So when we just think about speed for Wei Chen there. Speed for you is absolute, isn't it?
Speed is an element, but here in this part of the world, the accuracy takes the center stage. So speed sits in the back burner, but if you deliver something in a rapid manner with an inaccurate order, then that will not be taken so easily. So we try to put a balance on speed as well as accuracy of the orders.
Okay, thank you very much. Michael Stockdale, Red Sea Global. Tell us a little bit about what feels like a very high-end market.
Very good. Thanks for the question, David. I'll give you a bit of background first around Red Sea Global and who we are, and I think that will then translate into what our very specific needs are. Now, for those that don't know, Red Sea Global is a PIF organisation, and we're charged with developing multiple ultra-luxury resorts around Saudi Arabia. Now, the plan on the table at the moment is up to 80 different resorts, complemented also by multiple high-end residential areas as well. Now, when you're building something like that spans many, many hundreds of square kilometres on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, we must also ensure that we're providing infrastructure for our many, many staff. Now, we're going to have tens of thousands of staff to support these 80 resorts and residences. So we're not really building 80 resorts. What we're building is new small cities and everything that a city would require, from hospitals, international airports, schools, and so on. So there's a very diverse range of needs that a city requires. Now, the economic pillar of our developments are luxury tourism, and we must support that, but we also support the ordinary day-to-day needs of our people.
But what's interesting is if your brand is luxury tourism, which then is about experience, which is largely about environmental, whether it's beauty or appreciation and protection, you've got to maintain a certain standard across the piece, whatever part of your city.
Yeah, and that's quite right. And certainly our people who serve our guests, obviously, they're very, very service and hospitality focused. We need to keep them happy, because happy people are going to keep our guests much, much happier than disgruntled people. So we want a place that also makes them proud to live in. And that involves many, many aspects. But of course, everything that we do is underpinned by our sustainability ethos. So we conduct many, many things, such as a focus on local sourcing. Our entire distribution fleet is sustainably fueled on B100 and also on solar-powered electric at the moment.
Local sourcing is the perfect little liaison back to you, Wei Chen, in as much as we're talking a lot about shaping the future of logistics. You have just been through a major reshaping courtesy of the pandemic, and perhaps you could explain a little bit how your business model really shifted dramatically courtesy of the pandemic.
Yeah, I think for us, we have been fortunate to emerge unscathed from the pandemic. And as we all know, the pandemic actually shifted a lot of consumer behaviors, switching to e-commerce. So for that, we have benefited. But when we look at our supply chains, as we have been discussing, many corporates have been discussing over the past 5 years, it's not just about efficiency now, which we are really good at. It's also about resilience. So when we look at resilience, and we needed to think about avoiding or mitigating risk from supply chain disruptions, we saw an opportunity to be closer to market, right? To be physically nearer to the end markets. And so for instance, what we have done is to start looking at sourcing from Turkey about 2 years ago. Turkey is strong in certain apparel segments, jeans, dresses, women's jackets, and so on. So we've decided to source more of such products from Turkey, and then have those products shipped into Europe via Poland. So in creating that new...
And sorry, Poland offers you what? Why Poland?
Poland is geographically located in the center of Europe. So it provides a very good location for us to distribute into the end markets. So we've basically added a new supply chain in addition to our established network of suppliers in China. That gives a lot more resilience, that brings us closer to the customer base.
Right, which of course is going to be very important for you. It reduces certainly air miles, it reduces shipping miles to an extent. extent. Is that a pure byproduct? Everyone's looking to know, and we're told that customers are that much more discerning. They want to know that they're getting a product that is doing the right thing. Have you seen that as a byproduct or very much something that you've run in tandem? You need your logistics providers to be giving you a sustainable label.
So it's interesting, right? Customers, they want more sustainable products, but equally they still want the products to be affordable. So I think for us, in moving our supply chains closer to markets, when you reduce the physical distance, you naturally reduce the emissions coming from the transportation. So you have the distance, you have the emissions, right? Thereabouts. And then when you reduce the distance, you also reduce the time to customers. So customers want their products fast, you're now also able to deliver it quicker. So in some ways, I think for companies looking at sustainability, when it ticks a few boxes, you can realize that actually it's not just environment sustainability, it can also mean economic sustainability for the companies.
That's a very important sort of balance, isn't it? If you can get them both in tandem, you're going the right way. Shaheem, a similar sort of question for you, but how do you impress on your providers that these issues of sustainability as well as quality are absolutely critical now?
So there is a certain element of stress on sustainability, especially in this part of the world. Now, our logistics in Saudi Arabia in particularly have moved to renewable energy recently with a lot of government incentives. So we produce energy there from the renewable sources, and we operate our logistics as well as what is in excess is being bought by the government. At the same rate, they are offering power to us. So this is an incentive. So we have a fleet that is getting rapidly converted to renewable energy. Our partners are incentivized for putting their efforts in renewable energy. They have a priority loading bay. Their payments are quicker. If they are partnering us in a traceability on stopping the depletion of the resources, they will get much higher incentives and payment schemes from Lulu. Our last mile is now gradually moving to renewable sources. But people are encouraged to buy reusable bags. Currently, in this month, we are running a campaign in Saudi Arabia with one of the charity organizations, where customers are encouraged to buy reusable bags, and all these receipts are going to breast cancer awareness campaign in Saudi. So a lot of incentives for the people, but at the same time, the community, our customers and community in Saudi Arabia are abrupt with the changes. There is a reciprocity from them. So whatever we offer, they immediately respond, and a lot of initiatives are not from the corporates or private sector, but rather from the government and as well as from the community in Saudi.
I suppose one of my, it's not a worry, but it's a query, is that you have to maintain certain product lines. We're in a world where I saw a figure of a $1 billion cost extreme weather incident happens every 3 weeks now. That must knock some of your sources and markets. So you have to shift, and you'll have to shift quickly. How do you guarantee, therefore, that you're still going to get the same quality of delivery in terms of things like ESG?
So as an organization which is on a daily basis connected to the sources and producers and manufacturers, we know the repercussions of the climate change than any other industries. So what we do is to ensure that there is an arrest in the depletion of the resources. We make sure pace and speed and all these paraphernalias take a backstage, and credibility, sustainability, and reliability takes a center stage. For example, you can produce whatever you want in one instance, and the next day you run out of that. So we are forcing our partners to produce it in a sustainable manner by preserving the resources and not depleting it.
You have a couple of examples, I think, of speed of having to switch from one place to another in terms of providing very basic commodities?
That is one of the advantage of sitting in this part of the world, especially, the private sector and the public sector and the regulators are, closely connected. So recently, there are certain macroeconomic development that have forced us to divert shipments through different routes. But in Saudi, what they have done is to immediately open ports and expanded the capacity and asked the private sector to bring in as much as it's want, but it is not in this particular port, but to a different port. So, for example, we have to switch the import of avocado from America and Mexico to Australia, and maintain the same quality, same quantity, and same price, but through a different port of Saudi. But products were always available. That is close collaboration between the private sector and as well the public sector.
You probably, Michael, have some similar challenges in terms of delivery of product, but also traceability, it seems to me, is key for you. You're not awash with regulation in this space necessarily. So how do you ensure that you get what you want from your suppliers?
I think the irony here, David, is that whilst supply chains are becoming more complex and there's a need to become more sustainable, supply chains are also becoming global. So in other words, we're moving goods far, far longer distances in much shorter spaces of time with a much, much less tolerance for error. So I think two key features stand out in needs for supply chains nowadays. One is responsiveness and the other is visibility. And they both relate very, very much to the transparency. Most customers nowadays would say, look, if I go back 10 years, 20 years, we just want to know when are our goods going to arrive at the place where we need them. Nowadays, we're pretty much saying, look, I want to know where they're sourced from. I want to know how they're made, how they're assembled, how they're produced. I want to know how they are transported at every step of the way to bring them to where I need them. And I need to be much, much more focused on receiving those goods exactly at the right time, in the right condition. Yep. And transparency gives us that, and that's obviously through technology.
It's something for all of you, really, that expectation of a traceability, of a visibility. Do you demand it? Do you collaborate to get there? We're talking in many cases now about digitalization and technology, which costs a lot of money. It can be a slow process. You'd love it all to be interconnected. It's not always as simple as that if you're going global. So how do you work around that, Wei Chen?
Yeah, I think we benefit from being a young company. We were founded just about 12 years ago now. And as I mentioned, when we work with our network of suppliers and we inform them of the orders that we are making, these network of suppliers are on our supply chain management system. So that gives us a very good interaction with our suppliers on what to produce, when they are producing it. And you could call it a digital supply chain that was designed right from the start. So that enables us to really manage both from a business standpoint, how do we manage the inventory, how do we fulfill the orders, but also giving us a good sense on what's happening in our supply chain.
Shaheen, would you only work with people who have that sort of offer?
Our best examples are from within the country. So 20% of what we sell within the vegetable section, for example, are from a renewable source, a technological hydroponic, renewable sources, and locally sourced. So there is an incentive for that for the manufacturers and producers. But the best examples are coming from within this jurisdiction.
And Michael, what is the sense of travel, if I can put it that way, that you feel? I mean, I can put you near the top of the food chain for a sustainability message, but we know that there aren't many companies out there who don't claim to be sustainable these days in one form or another. They have to because it's expected of them. But there are also those who are still focused on low cost, get it there quick, can't afford the investment. So where do you see the momentum in terms of the sort of suppliers that you work with?
Yeah, this is a very good question, David. I think there will always be a market for the low cost, what we call the down and dirty, very, very simple guys. There's a market for those. I think the rest of the market is maturing very, very rapidly now. Everyone, if they want to remain in business, needs to have authentic sustainability ambitions. When it comes to logistics providers, for example, they need to be embracing this very, very much. If we think about where society and where our expectations are moving to, this is going to compound upon itself many, many times over. So I think most of us now are either doing our sustainability initiatives either for reputational embracing, but more and more we're seeing jurisdictions are now also legislating to enforce compliance with many, many increasing requirements around sustainability. And this will continue to increase. And I'd like to make a point here too.
Yeah, no, go on, yeah.
Sorry, that many people consider sustainability to be solely around environmental sustainability, but we also need to never forget that there is social sustainability, which is very, very important, along with governance, and of course the economic sustainability. If we don't have economic endurance, things are certainly not going to last as well.
So what do you impose clauses, do you, on your suppliers? Do you say, we'll work with you, but we need to see this, this, this? Because if you can't, if they're not law, or if they're coming from another part of the world, is that the way you operate?
Well, look, it's a changing condition constantly. So if we issued a list today, that list will be obsolete next week. I think the secret to this is around a very close collaboration, and we are seeing that exhibited in many, many of our service providers today. They want to know. One of the initiatives we have is around all of our suppliers signing off a real ironclad sustainability undertaking. We've not had a single supplier decline or even hesitate, and to me that's very, very reassuring that we're all heading in the right direction together.
We've had a lot of chat about sustainability, perhaps more than might have expected for the course of the panel, but I think those issues about achieving sustainability and that being a good bedfellow for growth are really important, and it takes us a little bit, Wei Chuan, towards the future. We've talked about how you've got to here, and there's been a lot of change very quickly. How do you see your business approach developing in terms of your suppliers?
So I think the mission for us to continue to make products available and accessible to all remains the same at affordable prices. So the question is, how do we get there as we look at a more sustainable future? And I would say about 2 years ago, we launched our ESG strategy called Evolution. And it's very much like, I look at what Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Climate Affairs mentioned, that when you look at the transportation or logistics sector, each segment, right, the shipping, aviation, land, they've all made progress in how to decarbonize. So similarly, when we look at fashion, collectively as a sector, we have to break it down into the different parts of the value chain. So for us, production-wise, I think we are really efficient and leading. So it's really looking at the distribution, the transportation, how do we continue to improve that, and how do we deal with post-consumption, right? So how do we treat the fashion waste, post-consumer, post-consumption, and how do we return that into a circular loop? So I think in our latest ESG report, we have listed a number of strategies and initiatives, and it will take collaborations with partners, it will take more investment in technologies for us to transit the sector into a more sustainable future.
And going forward again, Shaheem, how do suppliers get a little bite out of your share of that $6 trillion logistics industry?
So there is a lot of nearshoring happening in Saudi Arabia. So you need not have to depend too much on external export. So egg is completely sourced within the country, from within the country. Chicken is almost from here. Cucumber, tomato, a chunk of berry, which will be a surprise for you, is within the country, a city called Taif. I was with the Indian ambassador last week. He said, you are selling more Saudi mango now rather than Indian mangoes. So that is being developed in certain part of the country, in the southern part of the country. So there are a lot of nearshoring. Maybe from lessons learned from COVID, there are a lot of things are moved within the country. Plastic goods, for example, widely sourced from Saudi Arabia. Our plastic Lulu private label are completely sourced from Saudi and getting exported to other GCC countries as well. So because of that reason, then the dependency on logistics is gradually not transactional, but within the country itself.
Okay, I'm getting word that we're right up on the clock, Michael. So you've got about 10 seconds to tell us your future. But the fact is, you are building it is all about your future, isn't it? You haven't got there yet.
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, David.
You haven't got there. You haven't created your entire product yet. So I think we've heard what your future direction is.
Yep. Look, we've certainly we've had to start from scratch very, very much. But I'd just like to kind of reiterate in my closing words. We speak about the $6 trillion question. It's really I think the 24 trillion real question. But look, to me, it comes down to responsiveness and visibility in our supply chains. If we can establish that through our service providers, I think that really brings home all of our needs, from sustainability through to customer service and the resilience that we require.
Some very clear messages from all of you there, both in terms of expectation today and what you want for tomorrow. So Michael, Shaheem, Wei Chuan, thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel. Thank you very much. Let me encourage you off the side. Very good to see you all. Thank you very much indeed for that. We're going to move straight on now to look at a very specific issue here, and it's a project which is dear to the hearts of many of you, I know, and is a fascination right across the globe, and it's a reflection on NEOM. And this is about developing the future of logistics at NEOM, and we are going to bring you a conversation now. Gaurav Anani is the Managing Director for MENA Projects at DSV. Dr. Manat Al-Manif is the Chief Investment Officer at NEOM. I'd like to welcome you both to the stage, gentlemen.
Good morning.
صباح الخير ونشكركم على الدعوة اليوم لأكون جزء من هذا المنتدى العالمي. اسمي منار المنيب وأنا المدير التنفيذي للاستثمار بنيوم ومعي أيضا قراب أنانيا وهو المدير الإداري بشركة DSV بنيوم. لنوضح الأمور أكثر سأبدأ بالحديث عن نيوم. أولا، منطقة في شمال غرب المملكة العربية السعودية وتمتد على مساحة 62,000 كيلومتر مربع. إن نيوم هي فرصة عالمية لإعادة تعريف الاستدامة من خلال تقديم مفاهيم جديدة للأعمال التجارية التي تتطور بناء على أفضل المعايير البيئية بنسبة 100%. فرصة عالمية تأتي إلينا في هذه المنطقة وتتسم بالتنوع وتتسم أيضا بكونها فرصة عالمية من خلال 15 قطاعا اقتصادية. وعندما نتحدث عن نيوم فإن اليوم ستمثل أكبر مشروع خلال هذا العقد من الزمان، والاجتيات هي ركيزة أساسية أما نتحدث عنه في نيوم. وحتى نتمكن من إنهاء مشروع نيوم في الوقت المحدد ووفقا للتكلفة لابد أن نفكر بشكل مغاير حول المكونات المختلفة والعناصر المختلفة التي ستساعدنا على إنهاء مشروع اليوم أو تحقيقه. اللوجستيات هي ركيزة مهمة للقيام بذلك. إذن
5% of the global logistic market. 5%. And that's just one category that we're speaking about. And when we started looking at logistics, we've said we need to make sure we think about it differently. Think about it from the concept of NEOM, which is simply introducing the future of these industries, not just delivering it as basic, but the future. We've done a very thorough process, exercise, and we've partnered with one of the leading companies globally, DSV, that will help us to introduce the future of logistics. We've created a unique partnership between both of us that will deliver on construction and non-construction logistics, a partnership that will help us to build the required infrastructure, invest in innovation, as well as implement the latest technology on the ground in NEOM.
إنها شراكة تقدم الاستثمارات الأجنبية المباشرة الأكبر في تاريخ المملكة العربية السعودية. استثمارات ستصل إلى 10 مليارات من الدولارات وصولا إلى العام 2030 لنتمكن من تحقيق متطلباتنا في نيوم. ليس فقط الاستثمارات، ولكن هذه الشراكة أيضا ستخلق أكثر من 20,000 وظيفة وستكون هناك استثمارات من عوائدنا في تطوير تقنيات ابتكارية تصدر هنا من المملكة العربية السعودية مع جراب اليوم. وجراب يمكننا أن نبدأ بنقاش بعض التحديات عندما نبدأ بالحديث عن هذه الشراكات. إذا برأيك ما الذي كنتم تفكرون فيه في شركة DSV
and how do you
عندما تفكرون
envision
في
some of the challenges and how did we overcome those?
Thank you, Dr. Manar. It was the most interesting idea, the opportunity of logistics engineering in NEOM. It was very important to articulate this opportunity to both the shareholders when we started this journey. The scale, size, and complexity of logistics to be done in NEOM, where we have Trojena, where we are battling slopes up to 19, 20 degrees, and at the same time, we are trying to deliver to the islands, where we are constrained by sea weather. And the speed at which work needs to be done in the next 8 to 10 years, it was very important to establish that baseline. And between the two partners, we basically established a team which had direct access to leadership. And that allowed us to basically get to this deal.
Some of the challenges, as an example, this deal was unique. You're delivering construction logistics for a significant demand across very diverse region. As Gaurav mentioned, you have the islands, you have the mountains, you have the line, but equally, we're delivering the infrastructure across the board for all of that, as well as non-construction logistics. To do such a deal of such complexity in a region that is just starting took only 10 months from beginning to end and signing and announcing it. I think so in my career, this is the fastest deal that I've ever done of such a magnitude. It is something significant, something unique. But what was key for both of us is the partnership structure that we both built. We both understood to make this work, we needed flexibility. We needed to make sure we create a system and a platform that allow both of us to make a lot of changes, a lot of iteration, because this will be required to be developed, as well as what is the right regulation that will support us to grow. As an example, if we want to start evaluating new technologies, is the current system in the kingdom will enable us to do so? How can we take it from this platform and actually export it globally? Do we have the right resources in the country to help us move forward? Do we have the right financial system as well as mechanism that will help us to invest and develop things differently? It was a true testament that a partnership was based on trust, and both of us took it from the foundation of where we are today to the next level. Many people might argue and challenge, well, why did we select to go with one partner in NEOM? It is simply we're looking at 5 main benefits for this joint venture. The first one is not only about attracting FDI into Saudi Arabia and developing the required infrastructure, but most importantly, how can we drive efficiencies? With the mentality of zero waste, we would like to make sure we really focus on the value add and drive as much efficiencies. And if we do it with one partner that is going to be hooked with us and develop the required infrastructure, we will make it. It was important for us to partner with someone who really understands the concept and have capabilities in the region. And DSV had a lot of acquisitions in the region, capabilities. So they were understandable, they understand what's the region and what are the challenges that we might see there, and they do have a local team. Another thing that we focused on is their interest and desire to innovation. NEOM, we don't want to cut and paste anything that exists. We really want to be the pioneers in introducing the future of logistics. And what was important for us is the ability to introduce new technologies and new innovations, specifically localize them and drive them from there forward. And finally, it was about creating jobs that is really high value. We're targeting 20,000 jobs, in which 4,000 jobs are going to be white collar, engineering, R&D, researcher, people that would really drive and make things differently. And today we're very proud of this partnership that will help us to pave the way in moving forward. With that, could you speak about some of the innovations that we're planning, Gaurav, and maybe what's next for this joint venture?
Yes. The JV targets innovation in both sectors, construction and non-construction. Within the construction logistics, it's a very old and systematic field. But to deliver NEOM with what has already existed, this is not possible in a project that is the world's largest, being done in 1/3 the time that it would take anywhere else. So we have to innovate construction logistics. And to that effect, we are already on ground with serious engineering capability to allow materials to flow at that speed. Similarly, in non-construction, the line itself presents a challenge and an opportunity to innovate something because it is not a natural space where normal things can flow. So we are innovating the distribution of materials within the line and to the line in a way that has never been done before, and we are in that process right now. We are calling upon the best robotics, the best automation, and we will take it to the next step. Where we are today, we have received all of the approvals from the competition authorities, last being Egypt, and we are in the process of incorporating. Our target is that early next year, we will have the incorporation and all the licenses to go full steam ahead.
One of the main pillars that helped this partnership move forward was the innovation arm and the technologies that exist today, not only within DSV, but the technologies that's available to take forward. As an example, the drone deliveries. This is one of the main areas that we would like to start championing in NEOM, develop the required infrastructure and start taking it forward. You can actually do drone deliveries up to 100 kg.
165, yes.
So you can actually take it to that level. We're speaking about autonomous trucks that will be able to move in a certain way and take things differently. We're speaking about robotics that you will be able, through drones, through everything, to actually scan the materials,
Yes.
find them, and dispatch them in a way that is minimize any error, but as well as drive as much efficiencies as we had. Today, when we created that joint venture, one of the main pillars, as DSV is a publicly listed company,
Yes.
is to get the competition filing approval. It took a long journey, but that does not mean we didn't start. We're already on the ground. We are working. Today, we've moved more than how many million tons so far?
Approximately 6, and we are 150 people on the ground already.
Yeah. So we started already in the integration and developing this with people on the ground, starting and anticipating for this done. The good news that this week we received already the final competition filing from the different authorities around the world. So we will be able to register the holding company, and after that, all the required subsidiaries to make it happen. It was not an easy ride. It was extremely challenging. It had its ups and downs, but I think so the partnership that we developed between both parties helped us to move it on the right track and move it forward. One of the main elements that's also going to strengthen this partnership is the new partnership and acquisition of DB Shankar with DSV. That I think so this is also going to add strength and more capabilities to this joint venture to actually take it to the next level, not only in terms of capabilities, but as well as resources.
Absolutely. As the acquisition goes forward, the DSV family becomes bigger and much more ready to take on the volumes of NEOM as they come globally through different areas. This acquisition will only help us to deliver this challenge that is NEOM.
As you heard, this is just one of the partnerships that we had at NEOM. As I mentioned, NEOM is going to be the largest customer over the next decades. If you look at our demand in logistic, as I mentioned, it's 5% of the global logistic market. If you look at our demand in steel, we are 20% of the global steel market. If you look at our demand in elevators, in cement, and so on, put simply, NEOM is going to be the largest customer over the next few decades. And for us at NEOM to be able to maximize the benefit of the scale and the size of what we're trying to do, we're looking at things completely differently, where we're looking for partners that believe in the project as much as we do, that really want to be part of something big and want to introduce a new concept for the future to help drive this industry forward and develop it. You've heard of the first partnership, DSV. We were lucky to announce this, but there are other number of partnerships that will be announced in the near future that speaks exactly of the same thing. Our ability to utilize our volume to introduce a future of that specific industry, create jobs, invest in innovation, reduce cost, and most importantly, localize and add value. This is what NEOM is all about, and I'm happy to tell you that NEOM is open for business, and we are opening our first region hopefully in the next coming few weeks that you will all hear about, and we look forward hosting all of you and welcoming you into NEOM. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Manar Al-Munif and Gaurav Anani, thank you very much indeed for bringing us into that whole mindset as to the way the NEOM is thinking about operating, the power of effective partnership, a reach out, a discerning reach out to new partners as well to come. And so much about innovation, which is one of the elements of our next panel discussion. It is Frictionless Borders and Swift Logistics, and our moderator, Pavni Mittal. Pavni.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Global Logistics Forum, Day 2. Thank you for being here, and I hope you're having a good time. I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to our audiences joining us from around the world via live stream. I'm Pavni Mittal. I am an international journalist, and I will be moderating this session. Now, frictionless borders, swift logistics, stuff that, we all dream about, but as we know, it's not easy to achieve. For one, we are at a time of increasing geopolitical tensions, and then we also have to think about technology and innovation, as David just mentioned. How do we leverage cutting-edge technology to deliver seamless operations? I'd like to invite a panel of speakers who will be discussing that. May I please have you on stage, gentlemen? And as they come and take their seats, I'd like to remind everybody that we encourage you to use social media and talk about GLF. And if you are doing that, then please use our official hashtags, that is GLF24 and GL Forum. Thank you. Let me please begin by introducing our panel over here. Right next to me, Paul Henson. He is the Chief of Trade Facilitation at UNCTAD. Next to him, we have James Lanigan. He is the CEO of Global Custom Compliance. And Umberto De Preto, he is the Secretary General at IRU. Paul, when I say border frictions, what comes to your mind?
Thank you, Pavni. And first of all, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Kingdom for this event. I think it has been exceptional so far, and we look forward to collaborate with you in the future. On the question, from our point of view and our experience, 2 points come to mind: coordination and cross-border exchange of data. Many of the countries we are working with are developing countries, and there we see that the issue of coordination between border authorities is has still a far way to go. Customs in general are very well versed in the border issue as the frontline agency, but many of the other agencies definitely have things to catch up with, and the coordination between these authorities is quite often lacking. And without that coordination, and importantly, the coordination between the public authority and the private sector, then it becomes increasingly difficult to have efficient supply chains. The other issue that I see and we see is the cross-border exchange of data. We can exchange physical goods, but the exchange of data across borders is often lacking. We are talking about single windows at national level, but when it comes to crossing the border, there is a gap. And I think this gap is really a game changer. Can we get the data across the border? Then we are avoiding to recapture data again and again and again, and that will considerably cut down the time that we use on international trade.
Thank you. Umberto, can you give us the perspective from the road transport industry, please, on border frictions?
Yeah, from a business side, you have to think that when we arrive at a border, we want predictability. We want that when we get to the customs border, we know what we have to do. We know what documents we have to provide, what data we have to provide in advance, and that's not always the case. We need harmonization, which we don't have. If we think about it, when we have our drivers that arrive with the trucks and they're waiting not hours, but days, and in some cases even weeks before they get from one side to another, that's absolutely not sustainable. And from a business perspective, it's just you're running at a loss. Luckily, there are instruments available, such as the tier system, that allows our to have first and foremost harmonization in what we do, allows us to send pre-declarations to customs. And here in the Kingdom, they've actually adopted this, and we've had a 5-fold increase from last year in terms of the usage. Why? Because not only do we have facilitation, we have security. We've reduced the time to get across the border by 92%. We've reduced our costs by 50%. And by doing this, then we're talking about sustainability. We're actually being able to say, how do we get our goods to market more effectively and in a way that is predictable, in a way that actually benefits the industry, benefits trade, and benefits the country.
James, both the gentlemen mentioned customs. Do you want to jump in?
Well, just to chip in, I think both very good points by the other panelists. I think the thing for me, a core thing, is that most of you will recognize that customs are the agency at the border that most of you are most familiar with. But customs are performing an agency function on behalf of many other OGAs. And I think in terms of the delays and frictions at the border, most of this probably could be attributed to the requirements of the OGAs. In the WTO, customs is responsible and answerable for a number of trade facilitation agreements and metrics. Many of the OGAs don't have those same pressures. And I think one of the core areas of difference is the application of risk management and trader segmentation, which probably we'll talk about a little bit later.
Yes, I will get to risk management, but I was also wondering, when we talk about frictions, none of you mentioned geopolitics, which is interesting, but for you, James, that we live in a time of increased tensions, as I mentioned, but also increased sanctions. So how does an agency, how does your company as well as all your partners you work with around the world keep pace with changing rules?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I was talking about sanctions.
Sanctions, yes.
Yes.
Well, one of the problems that are facing trade at this moment is a growing prevalence of sanctions, global political challenges, which you alluded to at the beginning of the presentation. We are now looking at licensing controls, technology. And the Middle East in this area is a particularly great trading hub, which I think has the sanctions are overarching an issue which needs to be considered when goods are moving to and from this region to others.
Let's talk about technology and innovation, Umberto. What do you think will drive the future of road transport? What kind of innovation are you really banking on? And can you give an example?
It was interesting. The panel before was talking about autonomous vehicles. And it makes me laugh when we say, oh, we're going to have an autonomous truck that goes absolutely everywhere. The autonomous truck will be driven by data. And the autonomous truck will not carry 50 documents to get across a border. That's why at the RU we invested some 30 years ago. And Paul remembers this when we first started at the RU. Paul used to work for the RU. When we first got there, we were putting in place what we called Safe Tier, which was a business to customs exchange of data. Before we had already business to business, but how do we have business to customs so that we can declare in advance where we're going, who's coming, what's the truck, who's the driver, where are the goods, where are they going to, so you can have all of the security. But that's just one element. That's just for the transit document. We will need eCMR. We will need e-visas. We will need e-permits. We will need e-everything. And again, if we want to talk about autonomous vehicles, everything has to be data exchange. The frustration in this is that if you look at those 50 documents, 95% of the information on those documents is identical. And yet today, people are actually filling in 50 different documents with the same information rather than just saying, let's go on a platform, fill it in once, and then, oh, I'm moving dangerous goods, so let's just put in this extra form here. And the other thing that's very important for the business sector, and that is IRU, we spent hundreds of millions of Swiss francs to put this in place. When we then spend this kind of money to then communicate with customs authorities, we expect that we have special treatment. And that is that the risk analysis is done in advance, and then they say, please come through, we know who you are, we know we were going, go right through. If we then face the same burdens and impediments as everybody else, why do we spend the money?
You mentioned autonomous vehicles, but before I get to my next question, a quick plug. We are having a panel on autonomous vehicles, and your colleague from the IRU is going to be on it, and I will be moderating, so I hope to, take the conversation there. Paul, to you, what about something like AI? Is that something that you see as a promising technology for trade facilitation at all?
I think we can say that AI is already a technology that's being used, right? But governments especially definitely need to catch up on this. One example of how difficult it is for governments today is the whole e-commerce sector. We are faced with a tsunami of parcels at international level. And in the least part of countries, they are not ready for dealing with this for the individual packages that are coming across the border in tremendous volumes. And therefore, I think governments need to work very closely with the private sector in implementing solutions. And one of these solutions is exactly risk management. How do we manage the risk of these individual parcels to each of us individually that are coming in? One thing is the revenue collection. I think that's rather easy to do, but the other thing is the compliance of these products that are streaming across our borders. Pharmaceuticals, electronics. We need to ensure that there is sufficient compliance for these products. And this is a huge challenge for governments. And I think their AI will be essential to use this in order to manage this tsunami of parcels and products that are coming across the borders.
James, let's get back to risk management that you mentioned first. What kind of innovation are you hoping to get for that?
It's a good question, and one interconnected with Paul's response. I think the key thing in order to conduct risk management is the quality of the data. And for instance, we're talking about perhaps blockchain as a potential solution. Blockchain can protect the integrity of the data, but blockchain doesn't guarantee that that data is actually correct in the first place. And I think the key to the integrity of the data and the quality of the data is capturing it as soon as possible, ideally at export, ideally linked to the export invoice. I think that if customs have access to data which is verifiable, data which is accurate, and data which arrives in good time before the cargo arrives, then they have an opportunity, a chance to use the AI and big data and risk management systems to expedite the clearance of the goods. I think the biggest challenge is the quality of the data. And I think blockchain is just one part of that answer.
There are also digital gaps, right? I mean, I think, Paul, you mentioned you worked a lot with developing countries. I'm sure the IRU does as well. So, Umberto, can you tell me a little bit about how to bridge, sort of what work you're doing to bridge these digital gaps? Because often you will have countries who are at different development levels. Umberto?
Gaps? You want me to
digital gaps.
The gaps is something I think we can overcome very, very quickly. I think the whole concept of these gaps, when we talk about technology, this is something where the underdeveloped world can actually leapfrog and without having to put in place all the modern systems that took the developed world a long time to implement. You can actually just go and put in place. What's required, though, to do that is political will. You have to have the governments to say, yes, we want to do it. Yes, we want to go the simple path of technology and say, this is what we will do. And have the courage to say, we will do this for the right reasons, including to get rid of the environment that is conducive to corruption. As I mentioned, when we have weeks to get from one side to the other, that is an environment that is conducive to corruption. If we can speed that through, then all of a sudden you get that environment that is gone, and an environment that actually speeds the goods through. And by putting in place technology, you have win-win-win. You have economic development, you get rid of your corruption, and you actually even help the environment by getting those trucks through more quickly.
I think on the gaps issue, it's a very good question. There are, for example, ASEAN. ASEAN, you would have Singapore, who is, I think, regarded as a world leader in the use of digitization and technology. Within ASEAN, you have Laos and Cambodia. These are poorer countries, more challenged economically, and they would struggle to maintain the same level of standards and investment as Singapore. So ASEAN is adopting, I guess, a common approach where the slowest dictates the pace. That perhaps is one way of approaching it. I think the challenge is maybe to capacitate those developing countries, those that don't have these resources, to a certain level, an acceptable level, where everyone can move forward. But I think the developing world is not going to progress without plenty of technical support from the likes of UNCTAD and the IRU, that's for sure.
Paul, do you want to talk about how lack of standardization creates inefficiencies and what needs to be done to address that issue specifically?
Yeah, I think it links very well what James and Umberto just mentioned here. And the fact is that we have international standards. There are standards everywhere. Yeah. The WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, the TIR Convention is an international standard. There are so many international standards. So the question is, how do we get it implemented? It is easy for countries to sign an agreement.
Yes.
Very easy.
Implementation.
It is very difficult to implement and apply these international instruments correctly. And I think that's where organizations like UNCTAD, for instance, are trying to assist many of these developing countries in looking at best practices from other countries, including the Kingdom, and trying to say, well, look at what's happening here. You can actually do this or that, and help them implement. But of course, it requires that in each country, there is a foundation of good governance in the country in order to apply these international standards as well. So let's try to focus on what's on the table. Let's try to focus on the integration between these standards and what's happening in the private sector in order to get one system, or at least a few systems that we work on at international level and go in the same direction.
You'd also mentioned public-private partnerships in the beginning. So as UNCTAD, what is your sort of big focus when it comes to fostering that?
Yeah, so I think that this is really important, the public-private partnership. And again, I point to Umberto. The TIR Convention is a true public-private partnership between an international agreement that is done by the UN and an implementing partner that is the IRU. As Umberto said, I have worked with them as well, so it is in my heart. But there are many of these opportunities, and one of the opportunities that we see is coming from the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement that mandates that each country must have a national trade facilitation committee. It doesn't say how this should be set up, but the best practice points to the fact that it should be consisting of government representatives and the private sector sitting around the table and discussing how do we most efficiently implement solutions for solving the issues on our borders, how to make the border crossing faster, cheaper, and more efficient. And it is solutions like this, based on a public-private collaboration, that we need to focus on, because we as civil servants cannot solve the problems. The private sector cannot on their own solve the problem. So we need to do this in a collaborative effort, and there are mechanisms.
James, what kind of collaborative efforts do you think?
I think the most interesting collaboration that I'm seeing is in blockchain. I think open source logistics, I think, are doing a great thing in terms of having an open source of blockchain, trying to create a data set which meets the minimum standard but which caters for as many needs as possible. I think at the moment blockchain needs this impetus. It needs some, because at the moment there's dangerous digital islands where the blockchain doesn't have enough scalability and not enough connectivity. So I think this is a big area where trade and private sector with government can work together.
Umberto? You know, we started this panel talking about frictions, but I want to end on a more positive, peaceful note. Now, the IRU was founded in the 1940s with 8 countries, I believe, to rebuild Europe. Today, as I mentioned, we have increasing geopolitical tensions. So can trade become a vehicle for peace again? Can swift logistics deliver frictionless borders, as our panel title suggests?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And you said we were created in 48. And 49, we created the tier system, which in 59 became a UN convention. And in fact, it was the late Kofi Annan who said to me in a plane, he couldn't move, he was stuck in front of me. He said, it's the oldest public-private partnership of the United Nations. But if we look at it historically, in Europe, when we started the tier system, we said, how do we get goods from origin to destination? That you inspect the goods at the beginning, inspect them at the end, and it was just with 8 countries, and today we're now in over 100 countries issuing 50 billion euros in guarantees to all the customs authorities, but the purpose remains the same. How do we drive trade? And at the time, think of it, in Europe there were enemies. They just finished Second World War, and the tier system actually allowed enemies to trade with trust, knowing that this truck wouldn't blow up in their face, knowing that that truck would come in and bring trade. What happened with that? It created this whole idea of Europe working together. I still profoundly believe, and this is why I love to get up every morning and go to work, that if we can drive trade, sustainable trade, will drive progress, prosperity, and ultimately peace. Why we'll drive peace is because we'll give hope. Hope to the youth that they'll actually have jobs, they'll be able to have a family with a home, and by doing this, if I'm 18 years old and somebody says you have no future, I'll fight. If you say, I've got a great job available, you're going to have a wife and a dog and your children and everything, I'm not going to fight. Peace will come through trade, peace will come through economic development, through sustainable development. Thank you.
Promising future, right? Thank you. On that note, we're going to conclude our panel. That's a great way to end, so that's what we're going to do. Thank you all of you for being here, for sharing your insights, and thank you all for attending. Remember, you can use our hashtags GLF Forum or GLF24 to share what we just talked about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Pathni and her panel. Coming up next, we have a fireside conversation, and that conversation talks about agility as the imperative. My name, if you remember, is Femi Oke. I will be the moderator of this next session. So the idea of agility for businesses, for logistics, is how do you adapt when things go wrong or when things go right? How do you adapt, keep agile, keep ahead of your competition, keep moving forward? I have the perfect person to talk about that. His name is Tariq Sultan. He is the Vice Chair of Agility. Please welcome him to the stage by your very loud, appreciative applause. Hello, Tariq. Good morning. I'm so looking forward to having this conversation with you because agility has so many businesses. You've got so many interests around the world that we really can dig deep into what does it mean to have agile logistics. So first of all, you're really going to understand how complex trade and business is because of the extent of, I don't want to call it an empire, but it almost is, right?
That's a really good, I think, question for this audience. We spent, since the early 2000s, we went down a path of globalization, and the global economy did a really good job globalizing. And what that meant is that companies focused on reducing their costs through globalization. And we did such a good job that we lost track of the need to actually create resiliency in our supply chain. So along comes COVID in 2019, and clearly all the economies that were so heavily invested in globalization, so dependent on them, actually realized the mistakes that they had made. And what proceeded after that is that government started to become increasingly protectionist. And we have, since 2017 till today, introduced over 3,000 different new trade constraints or rules. Part of that is related to COVID. Obviously, it was used as a convenient excuse to introduce trade restrictions that would make, maybe would benefit narrow interests of sort of investors or people participating in global community, in global trade. But the net effect of that is that the world became a much more complex place to do business in. I would add to that one of the interesting side effects of COVID is that governments became more digital. So the fact that governments became more digital means they became more effective. And when you introduce 3,000 new different constraints in a digital construct, it means those constraints become very effective and very abiding. I would also say that while this was all happening, we had three major decouplings, I would say, in the global political arena. We had the Russia West, we had China, US, and we have obviously what you see here now in the Red Sea. And all of these, for all of these reasons, I think you can see how difficult it is to do business in an environment that's changing so fluidly. So what do we need to do what are we doing about that? I think first and foremost is to recognize that as the global business environment becomes more complex, the number one stakeholder that's impacted by that complexity are SMEs. Small and medium-sized enterprises are least able to actually deal with that complexity. So hence, we need to see a proliferation of new technologies that basically allow that growth and opportunity to be more inclusive. And that means, if you look at what we're doing, we're looking at different technologies that actually democratize access to SMEs and allow them to participate in e-commerce. So that's one thing that I think that needs to happen. The other is, just try to put yourself into the shoes of a government official having to deal with COVID and having really very little opportunity to have prepared for such an event. So governments felt exposed, and hence the need now to really invest in infrastructure to create resiliency. I mean, we clearly have a need for, and I think we're going to see a fantastic railroad infrastructure development in the GCC. This is something that we need not only for our own security, but we need it also to create resiliency for all of the stakeholders.
Tariq, if we're looking ahead, so COVID looks back, lessons learned. So we've learned lessons as businesses, but looking ahead, what makes you so excited that you would want to share with our Global Logistics Forum about the future?
So with every constraint and with every difficult sort of position that you've put in, I think the opportunities become more and more apparent. So we talk about sustainability, for example. Sustainability, governments need to think about sustainability to make their economies more robust, but everybody needs to be thinking about sustainability as we move towards this new paradigm where, even a country that's as energy rich as the kingdom, if you start looking at the need for electricity with new data centers, new projects coming online, you realize that even in the kingdom we have a shortage of electricity. So how are we going to produce the next gigawatt of electricity? We should be thinking about sustainability to make that happen. And it's fantastic that we've seen already over $180 billion of investment by the kingdom alone in sustainable fuels and green fuels for the future. Now, so when you see that, we've invested in a few companies that, one I'm particularly excited about is a company called Helion. They make a generator that comes from a 3D printer. The fantastic thing about this generator is that it can use 20 different types of fuel. It can use hydrocarbons, which is very much needed in today's environment because there's no solution for sustainability that doesn't involve the oil and gas industry. I know it's not a popular thing to say, but it also uses all of the green fuels at the same time. So one generator using 20 different types of fuels, and to make it even more interesting, it's a silent generator. So if you think about shipping, one of the biggest environmental problems that we face today is that large container ships make noise, and that noise disrupts the marine environment. So the idea that you can actually have power being produced in a printer that's basically printed in your backyard, that is quiet, preserves the environment, and uses green fuels at the same time, it almost sounds like a little bit of a joke, but that's the sort of opportunity that comes when you start thinking about problems and sustainability.
I'm thinking about the KSA, and there are going to be people here who are thinking about investing, partnering up with other companies here in the KSA. What advice would you give?
Okay. So we've been investing in the kingdom for 20 years. I think it's very important to take a long-term perspective on developing your relationships and your networks, so that you can, you need to be here when the opportunities are basically presenting themselves. And I think to the extent that you can engage in conferences like these, network, you get a fantastic appreciation for all the different opportunities that are really taking place in real time. And I would say that the most important attribute is to be agile around the engagement of stakeholders. So, you can't come to an event like this and not come away with 5 or 6 really good ideas that you should be acting on. You shouldn't be waiting. You shouldn't go back and have a strategy discussion about whether I should. No, you have to be agile around those opportunities to actually make them happen.
As a vice chairman of Agility, what does agile mean to you as you lead all of your teams?
So one of the things that's I think interesting is that we started off being a little bit too agile. So we had a small team, a group of 200 people in a small business, and that business grew so quickly, and our underlying DNA was basically an agile DNA. It became very difficult to manage the company as it grew with that agile culture. And in fact, in some aspects, it became detrimental to some of the more established businesses. So we needed to figure out when to become agile and when to become more kind of, I would say, deterministic in the way that we manage our businesses. And that's how we are today. We have 4 or 5 very large global businesses, sectors that we are involved in, but then we also have a very ambitious technology and sustainability program that requires us to be more agile. And what it means, I would say, maybe the best analogy is if you look at one of our warehouses that we built. We have a state-of-the-art facility that we built in Riyadh. If you look at how products move in and out of that warehouse, it's not difficult to figure out which of the brands are going to be the winners of the future. And a lot of those brands are local Saudi brands. They are brands from the GCC that you've never heard of. So if you have an agile culture, you look at that and you say, okay, these are good customers, they're going to grow, but we'd be a little bit silly not to invest in those companies today. And that's what it takes to be a little bit agile. Some people criticize the company for being a little bit too agile. I frankly wouldn't want to work in any other environment, but that's what keeps me going. Thank you.
If you have one more sentence to share with the Global Logistics Forum on agility as the imperative, what would that sentence be? So,
one of the things that I'm concerned about is when you interact, obviously, with these technologists and these different, you see the extent of the divide, the digital divide, the technological divide that's kind of keeping the emerging markets, I think, from catapulting itself and catching up to what's happening in the more developed economies. And I think that we, if anything, we need to put more resources into entrepreneurism, into developing technologies, and that requires taking risks.
Tarek Sultan, Vice Chairman of Agility, thank you for spending time with us here at the Global Logistics Forum in Riyadh.
Yes.
So, the next session will be moderated by Ryan Harmon, and Ryan Harmon is the ITP Media, and he will be hosting the next panel. Ryan, good to have you with us on stage. I see the panel coming this way.
Harry.
Hello.
That's Stefan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be here today for a panel on innovation in logistics. I'm delighted to be joined by my three fellow panelists. Today we have Andy McKeown of LogChain, Dr. Stefan Graber of Fiata, and Mohammed Atif Jamil, Huawei. Andy, if I can begin with you, and let's get straight into it. Let's talk about blockchain. Tell me, where are logistics companies finding the best use for blockchain, and how is this technology evolving as we move forward into the future?
I still think they're trying to find their way when it comes to blockchain. I think one of the big misunderstandings around blockchain is seeing it as a solution in and of itself. As with any technology, it's not the solution itself, it's the enabler. And that's what blockchain can bring to the industry. It's not a panacea, it's not a magic tool, it's not going to fix every single problem, but it is going to unlock a vast amount of potential within the logistics industry. You know, when you look at logistics, it's, you know, you get down to the basics, ABC, accept nothing, believe no one, check everything. So that immutability and the security that blockchain can provide will be key, especially as we move into the future. You know, we have the model law of electronic trade transferable records from the UN, MELITA. That's been adopted by more and more nations around the world, and although it does not explicitly mention blockchain, really to deliver upon the promises of MELITR, you really do need to have blockchain technology with that immutability, the security, and the robustness. As we've seen with, you know, the rising amount of cyber attacks, whether they're state-sponsored or by malicious individual actors or groups, we need to have more robustness within our supply chains. And digitalization is going to be a very exciting new chapter in global trade, but it needs to be done in a robust manner.
And building on that point then, Atif, if I can come to you next, when we look at some of the other main technologies that are really, really making an impact right now, we're thinking AI, IoT. What's new when it comes to these technologies? Can you speak a little bit about that for us?
Sure. So I would reflect upon our recent research and collaboration with some of the logistics industry partners. So we are doing research on 6G set of standards, and as part of this, we have recently developed a passive IoT technology that actually, you know, in future does not require any battery to the sensors. So this would help us to visualize, to achieve our asset transparency within the logistics industry, and it would also cover the life cycle aspect of the logistics equipments or assets. So that technology itself is part of the 5.5G standards already launched this year by 3GPP. So in this technology, when we will have this passive IoT tags for each of the equipment or logistics assets, this will help us tracking, achieving the visualization. So that's one technology which we have recently tested with China Mobile and higher industries in order to see the effectiveness and impact in terms of value to the business. And second important area I would like to highlight is smart warehouse, where we achieved a Global Digital Nation Award by GSMA, which is a global supply mobile association, as running the standardization of mobile or connectivity technologies. So under the smart warehouse, we actually combine different blocks of technology. One of them is AI-based computer vision. Second is introducing the AGVs or AMR, automated guided vehicles, or automated automotive mobile vehicles, which actually helping us replacing the forklifters within the warehouse, which is generating, or consuming fuel, and increasing the carbon footprint. So this is addressing the green and efficiency side of the warehousing technologies. And third important area is to build the digital twin of everything within the warehouse, rather it is process, or it is an asset, or it is a people. So this digital twin would further help us achieving the promise of sustainability, the efficiency, and the safety. These are the three important criteria. So overall, by utilizing these new innovations, including passive IoT, then we have this smart warehouse and the digital twin technologies. They are driving the convergence of 5G, AI, and IoT technologies. And this convergence is actually creating the value for future of logistics. Yeah.
Stefan, if I can come to you next then, and speaking about some of these technologies that are making the impact, what are the pain points that they actually solve for logistics companies around the world?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm still hesitating on the answer to provide you. I would say probably the first thing is, and the overarching pain points, is the resistance to change and the fact that the people are used to do things in one way. But I think we need also to see the fragmentation of this industry, and that is creating a difficulty for adoption. But if I go back to the basics, because I think it's good to stop 2 minutes on that, what are the two key drivers of digitalization? One, it's transferability. And transferability, there are two aspects in transferability. It's legal transferability, and as we heard, it was just mentioned before, we have LMETR, we have more and more now legal framework recognizing transferable documents. So I don't think that today it's the biggest issue, but that's one of the aspects. The other, and it's the one that the people generally refer to. The second aspect is the technical transferability, and here I definitely think there is no problem here. We all did proof of concept, we heard the explanation of all the technology existing, so technical transferability is good. So I don't see major issue in one or the other. Then you have interoperability. Interoperability, here it goes back to the problem I mentioned of fragmentation, is how you manage to exchange data with people that use different systems. How do you interconnect systems together? It's, again, not a huge difficulty. The only difficulty that we have is the fragmentation of this industry. And we need to find a way to work together in order to ensure that we have systems that are interconnected. We cannot probably have every single individual freight forwarder being able to connect to the community platform of a port or to the platform of a custom, because it's too difficult because of the variety of the systems. But we have organizations like FIATA, we have organizations like EIPH in the port, we have the customs, so we can work together in order to ensure that we have interoperability, that we use the same reference data model, that our system can be interconnected and allow an easy exchange of data. And that's where we work. If we take the example of the FIATA electronic digital bill of lading, that is a house bill of lading. It's a very unique document because it's a title of goods. It's really a negotiable document. What we did is exactly using the technologies that is there to secure, being blockchain, the data of the BL, using traceability and tracks in order to always, anyone that has access to the bill of lading can verify the original data, verify that is the authentified data, that they have not been modified. So that brings a lot of security in the chain. And what is the role of FIATA here? It's to ensure that it's issued by trusted partners. And I think in the future we will go more to that, is having organizations that will do their compliance, ensure that we have trusted partners and connect with other trusted partners like the customs and be able to organize this interoperability and exchange of data. But the technical part is there. We will use what is available, and it's already available. And the legal framework, we are working on it in UNCITRAL, complementing MLTR, new convention of multimodal documents. All this will be put in place slowly and is accessible. So today, I think there is no reason for a freight forwarder not to be able to use a digital house bill of lading as we provide to the market. The only resistance is not to understand all these aspects of interoperability, of transferability, probably have difficulties with the tools and just the habit to do the things in a certain way.
And building upon that then, Andy, and what Stefan has told us here, when we're talking about building connectivity across the supply chain and digital platforms for this, how is the best way companies can approach this and what strategies can be put in place for it?
We're still at the point not of scaling, but of educating.
Okay.
We need to show more and more examples. We are still in a space of doing more and more pilots. It's a complex world, but we need to simplify that and show people that digitalization is genuinely agnostic across different verticals and different horizontals. And we showed that last year with the Fort Vale shipment. So the Fort Vale shipment was the world's first fully digitalized movement of goods, completely paper-free. Now, this was a momentous time in global trade. One of the oldest surviving documents in human history is from 3500 BC, Mesopotamia, and it's a clay tablet, and it talks about the supply chain of copper plates. It's also the world's oldest complaint letter, because it contains the words, "You did not do what you promised me." So it shows you, we might have billionaires going to space taking selfies, but we're still reliant upon clipboards, fax machines, and Excel in this world. So in doing the Fort Vale shipment, and it's deliberately called the Fort Vale shipment. That's the manufacturer. So the heroes in trade are the manufacturers and the logisticians. What we wanted to show is that digitalization is for everyone. So we did the shipment from the UK into Singapore. We ensured that the first mile provider was a UK SME, the last mile provider was a Singaporean SME, and the middle mile provider was a massive multinational, which was Singapore Airlines. So what we managed to show is whether you're large or small, in different jurisdictions, that you can trade successfully from purchase order in Singapore, picking the packing of the goods, the driver paperwork, everything was moved from paper onto glass. And that was a moment in time. We now need to build upon that, and we need to do more educating and demystifying. There's a huge amount of fear because digitalization's got nothing to do with technology. It's a change management process. And with change management, it's never the what, it's always the why. And behind the why is the people. And the people are the key to this, and the people in this room. And that's why things like the Global Logistics Forum is fantastic. It's showing that bold leadership that is lacking in a number of different countries who are, there's a very tight grip on those clipboards and on the Excel sheets. But places like the Global Logistics Forum, Saudi Arabia, the efforts that are being made in digitalization, that's what's going to move the world into the next chapter of global trade.
And Atif, building on that is, again, when we talk about people and technology working together, what is your perspective on that?
Sure. I think my colleagues, they have raised very important point about Dr. Stephen, especially about interoperability, about the people adopting the new technologies, and also in terms of actual shipment, from Andy's side, that how things are moving in a trusted manner. So I would like to reflect, on a recent award for this under the guidance of the similar direction. This Digital Nation Award, this is based on introduction of robotics within the logistics industry and within the smart warehouse industry. So we did recently one market research that in future almost 8 billion robot assistants will join our households by 2030. And out of this, if you look into the business segments or manufacturing sector, about 1 to 3 billion robots will actually be joining our workforce on ground. And this puts an immense challenge, especially from human perspective, how we will interact with them, what things we will do and what they will do. And that's where we really, we are working these days in order to resolving those things. And that's where helping us when we launch this concept of smart warehouse. Under this, we have actually, these AMR robots in practice, and then we build, the human-machine interfaces in a friendly way that helps, not only the adaptability or adoption of the people, because people in the logistics industry or in freight forwarding, they are non-technical people. They need to understand the technology, perceive it first, and then use it for the benefit of business. And this is what actually helped us to understand the connection. And then the second important challenge is about interoperability with the existing systems. And that's where we adopt, stackable approach. And this is where we always define, the technologies as building blocks. Like we need some part of the 5G, some part of the AI, some part of the IoT as a mix, as a right mix for the logistics industry. And that will eventually define the convergence, of the technologies to create a value for future of logistics. And that's where this forum is really, is helpful. And thanks to the leadership for organizing this, bringing us together, joining our hands, and collaborate, now and for future.
And I think if I can just jump in, I think it's very important what both my colleagues presented here. What we see is that digitalization is not a competitive field. It's a structuring framework for our industry. Sustainability, digitalization will drive how this industry will be run in the future. It's not a competitive area. It's not an area where we should look at making revenue. Because if we do that, the problematic is that we don't manage to get the collaboration that we need to have in order to bring this progress to our industry, to realize the promise of more efficiency that is in digitalization. In fact, digitalization is one of the ways to achieve sustainability because it allows to be more efficient. It allows to reduce delay time, to better plan. So when we could talk about a predictive AI, we could talk about a lot of technologies that are available. This needs to be brought to our industry, and we should work together between the authorities and the private sector, but also between the different actors to make it the new framework for our industry to work on. And if we don't manage to collaborate on that, and we still think that we will impose one or the other system, we will never achieve the result that we want to achieve, is a more efficiency. And that's today really a big issue. If you look at the situation of our industry, you have probably more fragmentation today with digitalization than there were before, because everyone is doing his single windows, everyone is doing his platform, everyone is doing his technological solution. That is just not possible. We cannot afford the cost of this. We need to work together. We need to interconnect all this, using the technology to shape the future, and then work all together for this future. And then the companies can compete and make money in logistics. And the other point I think I wanted to raise that is very important, we heard the element of human being. Our industry, logistics, is a human being industry. It's about contacts, it's about relationship. The value adding of a forwarder is not about entering data in a platform or in a single windows and then repeating in the single windows of the export country, import country, and the carriers, and he just repeating manually entering the data in all this system. That's not bringing any value adding. The real value adding is solving problems. That happens definitely in global logistics. It's working on efficiency, finding new ways to be more efficient, and it's really adopting and embracing this technology for being more performing. And that's
here really something that is important. We need an upskill of this workforce. We saw and we heard that there is an issue today. The profile of the people in this industry will evolve. They will need to have more expertise in technical aspects, more expertise in sustainable and green logistics, because they will need to be able to propose solutions for the clients. And on top of that, the management will need to be more agile and be able to adapt to these new profiles.
I think the key takeaway then is that people are the focus when it comes to digitalization and innovation. Andy, if I can finish with you then on a last note, how do we overcome the challenge of people not being willing to adapt to this change?
We have to eliminate the fear. We are quite simple animals, really. We fear what we don't understand, and then fear turns into attack. So what we need to do is, what's required is leadership and communication. And you hear that today and yesterday, the Global Logistics Forum, it's that bold leadership, that bold vision. But there's the constant thread here during this, all the events and sessions that I've been involved in, there's a common thread of people, and that's the right way to do this. Technology is the enabler, it is not the solution. It is the people, and you need to provide, I hate to use the phrase, but you need to provide a safe space. The leadership needs to be bold, but create a safe space so that their people can stop, think, and ask the most important question in the universe: why? Because we need to look at why first. And if I can say to everybody in the audience here is, be bold, be curious, and get involved.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have time for today. Can we please get a big round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, speakers. That was a very interesting conversation. Good afternoon, everyone, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Again, very warm welcome to our audiences joining us from around the world via live stream. I'm Pavni Mittal. I am an international journalist. I'm based between New York and New Delhi, so this place is really in the middle for me. It's where I do most of my stopovers, where I take flights, and flights is the topic of our next session. May I please call our panelists on stage? We just talked about innovation, and one industry that is really experimenting with innovation is air cargo. There's been headwinds and tailwinds, challenges, but a lot of scope for opportunity and growth. And that is what we're going to be discussing today. May I please introduce our distinguished speakers. Ehab Mata, he is the Vice President of Cargo at Qatar Airways, based in Doha. Thank you for being here. Tom Owen is here all the way from Hong Kong, Director of Cargo at Cathay Cargo. And Teddy Zavitz, our third speaker, one of our sponsors of GLF. He is the CEO of Saudia Cargo. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for attending this. Teddy, I want to start with you. Global events, political tensions here at the Red Sea. What kind of challenges does that present to you, and is there an opportunity as well?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me here. I think that I know that air cargo is one of the big answers to disruptions in supply chains. I think that this industry has proven its worth and value during prior crises, as well as the crisis that we are into right now. What we are doing is moving only 1% of the world's volumes in tonnages, but 35% or so, according to IATA, of the value of goods. So our obligation, both from a commercial side, but also from a societal point of view, to make sure that supply chains are kept intact, is making sure that we, on a day-to-day basis, move goods around the world between continents at speeds that no other industry can offer, but also during crisis that we keep the supply chains flowing. And I think that we have proven our ability both during the past crisis, during COVID, but also in the current situation in the Red Sea.
You mentioned COVID, and that's what I want to get to with Tom, because you're based in Hong Kong, and you were, of course, impacted by the very strict and restrictive policies of mainland China at the time. How did you respond to that, and how did your company, Cathay, sort of navigate that? Because Hong Kong is also a major hub, the biggest, if I'm not wrong, when it comes to cargo.
Absolutely, yes. Hong Kong is the busiest international air cargo hub in the world, with a target of 10 million tons throughput by 2030. COVID for us was an absolute crisis because essentially our passenger fleet, our bellies of the passenger aircraft were grounded for about a year and a half. What we learned out of it was the air cargo industry really can be very resilient when it needs to be. It can adapt quickly. We had to cancel all our long-haul freighters because we just couldn't operate them and divert our network regionally. That happened over the course of 2 weeks. So really, we learnt the speed and the agility of changing. The other thing I think we learnt from the crises is the importance of our teams and our people. I think without the people of Cathay Cargo, we would not have got through this. And I think when times are less crisis-ridden, the recognition and the reward and the looking after and the training of the teams stands you in great stead for when things don't go well. So those two things for us, the resilience and the power of our people, were the two big learnings for us.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because that's what I want to talk to you about with COVID, with Qatar Airways, the cargo sector, of course. That sort of episode, how did that change the way your organization thought about, speed and agility, like the two gentlemen just mentioned, and how did that change your thinking and approach to business?
So I'm going to build on Tom's answer about the industry being quite resilient. So the aviation industry has been hit greatly by COVID, but I think it was an opportunity for the air cargo industry to shine and express and showcase the resilience. One of the first things we did is that we know that cargo industry is based on business to business and a lot of interaction with our customers. We could not just take away, so we took it to the next level, and we invested and speed-tracked our automated solutions with e-bookings and everything. And we looked into e-airway bills penetration. We looked into e-bookings success rates. We also integrated ourselves with people like the industry platforms, and we displayed our inventory and real-time pricing, real-time aircraft space availability into the systems. And moving forward, we also realized that we need to have our own. So we came up with what we call the Digital Lounge. It's our own platform. And it goes beyond offering Qatar Airways cargo capacity and space and pricing. We now integrate partnerships and interline opportunities, trucking, you name it. At the end of the day, it aims at improved efficiency and speed to benefit our customers.
Okay, so we discussed headwinds and the lessons there. I want to now talk about tailwinds, the sort of opportunities. And one of the biggest, I believe, is e-commerce. So Teddy, for you, how are you sort of capitalizing on the uptick, and what is your competitive advantage?
So the necessity of speed for e-commerce is, without stating the obvious, is that the promise from the biggest platforms is that you can deliver e-commerce around the globe in 72 or so hours. And that can only happen through the sector that we are in, air cargo. So the opportunity for us is to work with these giants to see how best we can fulfill the needs of them, but also for the end customer. That goes not only for capacity building, because it's growing significantly above other segments in our customer portfolio, but it also puts a pressure on us to move faster with our modernization and IT that we've done previously in order for us to create transparency in the system. I think that this is a great opportunity for us, not only in terms of growth, not only in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but also across the regions. But moreover, that we work with these giants to find new solutions and modernization in the industry, which we have sought after for quite some time.
What kind of solutions?
So what we are looking at here is an exponential opportunity when it comes to adding transparency to the system and the ecosystem, not only between airlines and forwarders, but also throughout the systems of customs, ground handlers, end users, so you get real transparency throughout the system.
Tom, yes, because what's interesting, in your case is that, again, your location, with China, and that is one of the biggest suppliers when it comes to e-commerce in the world.
Yes, I mean, Hong Kong is right at the foot of the Chinese mainland, so, and being part of the Greater Bay Area, it's a great location for many carriers to come and carry the e-commerce. I think I'd say a couple of things. First of all, e-commerce is allowing freight operators to fly to more places than they ever have before. So Cathay Cargo and Cathay Pacific are about to start flying to Riyadh at the end of this month with a 350-900, and that's primarily based on passenger demand, but also based on the e-commerce demand that we see coming out of the southern part of China into this region. A couple of things to comment on. One would be, we learnt pretty quickly that, as Teddy was saying, the speed is important. So that really puts a focus on the operation in terms of on-time performance and adapting the operations to turn the aircraft around more quickly, more efficiently than we may have done for general cargo. So there's a whole operational element to handling e-commerce successfully. And the second area is around track and trace and being able to tell the e-commerce providers where their shipments are. So having your own bespoke system like we do at Cathay Cargo to really call out real time where the e-commerce is very important. So those two things are allowing us to do well in that area.
Ihab, the location, and I mentioned that in my introduction. For me personally, like I said, this is where I do my stopovers. But, between the East and the West, what is the advantage that this gives you geographically for e-commerce?
So we're very geographically well situated in the region, and we are I think the largest airline the largest passenger airline with the largest air freight hub. And e-commerce, we realized it's fast pacing and it is moving a lot more towards the east. So as we witnessed the center of gravity is moving towards the east, we also tailored our network towards the same direction. So we deployed more capacity into China mainland and Hong Kong. Also, we deployed more capacity to equate east and west into the UK and into the European region. And we also invested in the hub where we have new facility for segregations and fast, efficient operations. We also invested in securities, like we now have canines that can detect LI, lithium-ion batteries for more safe operations for the e-commerce. We looked at all our long-term flying programs and tailored our offerings to the market to offer more capacity and more agile solutions. At the end of the day, always selling is transit time, and that was our main goal, to achieve the best balance.
What about, capacity? Is that sort of a challenge as well for you? And how are you addressing that?
Capacity is always a challenge, and that's one of the main points of discussions we have with our customers every meeting. I think the best way that we leverage the capacity issues is through partnerships. And we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have interline agreements with quite a few partners. And if I look at it deeper, we can have interline agreements that help you to fly point A to point B, and that offers a new destination, a new inventory to sell to your markets. And we integrate this well into our capacity, like one of our partners, one of the American airlines offers us capacity into US markets. But also we can also fly into the same destinations like our partners, and then that opens the door to more capacity and more options to our customers to choose from a list of departure times to meet their transit times. At the end of the day, we, both ourselves and our partners, we benefit from best practice. We come into secure operation. We come into very efficient trade between the two of us.
Speaking of partnerships, Teddy, you're leading SkyTeam Cargo Alliance. Talk to us about sort of getting everybody on board because all airlines, you might be partners, but you have different interests, you have different challenges. One is that. The second part of my question is, how does that then trickle down to helping Saudi?
So it helps Saudi Arabia heading Sky Team, which I've done until October this year, where the Delta CEO will take over as chairman of Sky Team after 2 periods that I've been running that. A global alliance like the Sky Team Cargo Alliance offers you a value proposition of 850 destinations around the globe on more than 3,000 aircraft. You can't do that as a single airline, or it's very, very difficult anyhow. So what we're offering is a customer promise which will evolve into a global value proposition that you can't do alone as a single airline. No airline can cover the entire globe on a daily basis. That's just impossible. So what this alliance does, and will even more do in the future with the technology that we are seeing emerging now, is that we can offer a seamless transportation throughout 11 airlines network that will reach the furthest places on this planet on a daily basis. That is the quest that we are moving towards.
Tom, how does automation and digitalization address any capacity challenges for you?
I think you've heard from most of the speakers at today's and yesterday's global forum around logistics that digitalization is the big thing in cargo overall. For us at Cathay Cargo, it's been the last 5 or 6 years we've had a program to change ourselves. The air cargo industry is significantly behind where the passenger industry is, and I think there's been a lot of effort by some of the leading carriers in the last 2 or 3 years to move things forward. For Cathay Cargo, in terms of making sure our customers get what they want, there are 2 or 3 things. The first thing is the overall operation. So digitizing, you mentioned airway bills, but you know, going further and actually taking paper out of the supply chain by not having pouches of documents and things like that. Also using the digital technology to help our own people to go about their day-to-day jobs. So we have a system in Cathay Cargo called Cargo Connect, where on your app you have all the information you need to load and unload a freighter. You have all the details around the rosters, around what's particularly happening that particular day. So it's a real kind of kit for the operation staff. And that speeds things up, allows us to turn aircraft around more quickly, and therefore directly adds to more capacity because you have a more efficient operation. I think the final thing to say is around AI and air cargo, and there's obviously a lot been talked about AI, but within Cathay Cargo we're using AI, particularly on the security and safety side, to better identify potential issues and facilitate identification of potential problems with lithium batteries and things like that. And we're also using AI to improve the search abilities on our websites and to overall give a much better experience to customers. So it's a core thing. A lot of money has been invested in it, and I think airlines are at different speeds, but ultimately this is what we have to do if we're going to be a global player for the long term.
You know, you mentioned that cargo is a few years behind passengers, and of course this was in automation context and AI, but there's another context, and that is of sustainability, and that is the subject I want to now get into. Teddy, for you, what is the big sustainability focus at Saudi Air Cargo?
What is the biggest, sorry?
Sustainability.
So we are working with sustainability as part of the broader ESG agenda, which is on all boards at the time. Sustainability is for us in the aviation industry, of course, SAF, which is the big chunk of it, but it's also posing its challenges when it comes to timely implementation. But we will continue working on that. The second part is what can we do on a day-to-day basis? How can we entice and encourage that we are going to electric vehicles? How can we make sure that we are using the right products when we are building stuff, plastic that can be reusable and all of that. So it's the sum of the many small that will make the big impact on the short term, and then the SAF or new technologies that will make really the great leap. But what will happen within the next decade is that we will move from the aircraft that are 20, 25 years old to a more modern fleet, and that in itself will improve the carbon footprint by around 20%.
More fuel efficiency.
Yes. So there's something in the very near term that we're working on right now. Then there's something that comes in the medium term, and then there's really the long-term quest of getting the 2050 target with carbon neutrality in place.
Tom, my understanding is that in the Western part of the world, US and Europe, SAFs, like you mentioned, sustainable aviation fuels, the pressure to sort of adopt is more. Is that true? And what are your biggest SAF implementation challenges?
Yes, I think that is true. It's just a case of different development cycles. And you're seeing increasingly in Europe and the US regulators get involved, particularly out of Europe, with mandated amounts of SAF that have to be uplifted by certain carriers, or taxation or other penalties to make sure that the airlines do have enough SAF. So that is definitely happening, and our assessment in Cathay Cargo, that's only going to accelerate around the world as the climate crisis continues to
And people start to demand that, because I'm
Absolutely.
living in the US, I know that's...
Absolutely. You already see with our freight forwarders, actually, we have a program in Cathay Cargo called Sustainable Aviation Fuel Program, and basically you can purchase SAF from the airline, and we've got terrific interest from freight forwarders who are getting pressure from their shippers, who have got pressure from their shareholders to offer sustainable carriage of freight. So that is just going to continue, and I think so our view is, although right now, yes, the SAF is an issue with availability, there aren't enough production plants around the world. Incentivization and government regulation will quickly, over the next 5-10 years, improve that situation for the airlines, and every airline needs to get behind that to be successful long term.
And costs, is that a big concern as well? Because in cargo, I mean, people don't want to spend that kind of money as maybe passengers would, right, in fuel?
Yes, I mean, the reality is it's expensive at the moment because there's so little of it being produced.
Demand
so
supply.
obviously the market will adjust as things get better, but there is a cost element to that. But I honestly think that there's only one direction this can go, and it's heading there slowly but surely.
Okay. Ihab, I have a slightly different environmental question for you, because I believe Qatar Airways, one of the big focus when it comes to, I don't know if it comes under ESG, but I looked at it as an environmental focus, is on moving animals around. I know that, I believe that in your daily meetings you have this sort of conversation, and it's not just pets, it's, giraffes, lions, cheetahs, everything in between. How does that change the way your organization thinks about sustainability then? What's the spillover?
So about 6 years ago, when we became the #1 airline, cargo airline in the world, we decided it's time to give back. And we looked into our own program, which we call We Care, and as I mentioned to you, care with a Q. And that program looks after a lot of sustainable initiatives, but one of the biggest ones is the live animals. And part of it is the rewilding the planet, as you mentioned, and we donate capacity to organizations to rewild animals. So we recently moved lions that were stranded in Kuwait. We moved them into South Africa in a sanctuary open back to the jungle. But we took it a step and a notch further, and now we established our own live animal facility in Qatar. It's built on over 5,000 square meter area, and we have 24 horse stables with 4 segregated sections with its own ventilations. We also have, kennels, capacity for 140 kennels a day of dogs and about 40 kennels for cats. We can handle a full load of charter of sheep with proper ventilations into the region or into the hub. So we've taken every initiatives. We have vets on call, we have zoologists on call, and we ensure our customers that we send them pet pictures of their pet when it's on transit. We call it the pet card. So if you send your dog on us, once it's in transit in Doha, you get a pet card with your dog or your cat or your pet picture and condition. Yeah. So
and what is the impact on the organization thinking towards sustainability?
It's a conscious effort, and everyone is happy with what we're doing. And the feedback from our customers is it's really nice that we're doing it. It's really good that we communicate with our customers openly about the status of their animals on board and on the hub. And internally, it created much more awareness within our handlers and our staff on the importance of the CIV certification that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And with that, we've run completely out of time. Thank you, gentlemen, for being over here and for sharing your insights. Thank you. And, we just talked about sustainability, which is, of course, one of the biggest challenges for air carriers, cargo passengers, but also for all of us around the world. But what I really gathered from this conversation is that speed, agility, and partnerships are key to addressing the headwinds and making the best of the tailwinds. Is that right?
Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you so much. And from the air cargo, we'll now move to maritime, talk about challenges and opportunities. And for that panel, I would like to invite our next moderator, the CEO of Intent Communications, Namrata Nadkarni.
So hello to everybody. As we've explained, my name is Namrata Nadkarni, and I'm so excited to be here with my fantastic panel, where we're going to be talking about charting a course to an agile future shipping sector. Now, I know this is something that is on everybody's minds, because of course maritime is an incredibly valuable part of the wider supply chain. We know that more than 80% of cargo is transported by maritime. It's a figure we hear often. And the panel is at the coalface of this, so I'm hoping that we have some really wonderful insights. But let me quickly introduce them. To my left is Hiroshi Azuma of Kintetsu World Express. Yes. To his left is Paul Hestbeck of Folk Maritime. Over there in the wonderful linen suit is Stuart Neal from the International Chamber of Shipping. And of course, last but definitely not least, we have Mohammed Shahib of AP Moller Maersk. So, gentlemen, I think the audience is clapping, so thank you very much. But I think we should get into the meat of what they're here for. And so let me ask you, what is keeping you up at night? What is on your radar when you're looking towards an agile shipping sector of the future? And how should we be addressing this? And I'd like to break things up, so we're going to start with Shahib and work our way backwards, and then we'll flip for the next question.
Thank you, Namrata. I mean, it's a wide question and it's hard to narrow down, but I want to start by maybe contrasting the 2020s versus the shipping industry in the 2010s. The 2010s was a difficult decade for the industry, but in certain ways, because it was a decade where there was a lot of consolidation. It was a decade where I think overall the industry made very little, if any, profit. Despite being a difficult decade, it wasn't a very unpredictable decade. The decade wraps up, and we enter the 2020s with COVID. Mm-hmm. And of course, that was an enormous disruption for the entire world, and very much we've experienced it within the shipping industry. Initially, not knowing where it goes, and only to realize later that it, at least from a financial perspective, was really beneficial for the industry. These types of disruptions and what they call black swan events, it was taken as they happen. It was even considered like the market of a lifetime, what happened with COVID. But not so far after, then you have other disturbances that are taking place right now with the Red Sea disturbances, how the entire industry is now going with the Cape of Good Hope network. You've got also the types of labor disturbances that are taking place in North America. So maybe just to wrap it up, I think the point, what keeps us up at night, is the increased propensity and the increased gravity of the types of disruptions that are taking place in the industry right now and how we come together and work around it as industry and also, with our customers.
Absolutely, to prove that resilience. And in fact, I would argue that the past decade, like the 2020s, are really showing the resilience of shipping, which is often invisible because we are so efficient. People forget that we exist and that everything in this room has been transported by ship. But of course, when you have the Ever Given, or you've got, the inability to use the Suez Canal, that kind of thing, everyone remembers how incredibly important we are. So Stuart, of course, you are with the International Chamber of Shipping. What is keeping you up at night?
So it's more about our members. So the International Chamber of Shipping represents ship owners that own about 80% of the world's tonnage. And actually, we surveyed them every year, and in fact, published our shipping monitor. It's on our website if you want to look at it. It's very deep in terms of what's keeping those CEOs awake. So I've reminded myself, so in terms of the highest risk to operations, and we see it, political instability, cyber attacks, and malicious physical attacks. And obviously we're seeing that in the Red Sea, but also on seafarers around the world. And I think we need to remember we have the Galaxy leader being held hostage, and the crew are still being held hostage. It's nearly a year, and we see that throughout the world, and shipping companies are having to deal with this all over, so it's important. And then in terms of greatest impact on operation, we have regulation, and there's a lot of stuff happening in international bodies. Availability of trained staff, and we see a lot of sectors having that as an issue. Funding, and the market-based measures. And we also heard here, and we're seeing an emerging trend of the weaponization of trade, and how, whether it's an environmental policy or other policies, how trade facilitation, and that was a conversation a couple of panels ago, is being utilized as a tool for countries, which then affects us as an industry, because ultimately we're here about delivering free trade. So I think your question also is what to do about this.
Yes.
And I think picking up on the point you made, it is that the industry has become much more agile in the way it's thinking. And if anything were to come from the dreadfulness of the COVID pandemic, we actually start talking to each other. And I think our responsibility as sort of that steward of ship owners is to create that culture that moves from what was slow steaming to much faster and much more appropriate steaming, working with other sectors. We're no longer in our little stovepipe, we're working with supply chains, not just transport ministries, energy ministries, the whole piece, to make sure that we're able to function and deliver the goods that we all need to lift populations up.
It's so interesting because obviously you're talking about quite a holistic approach to the supply chain and kind of looking at it from a big picture, but at the same time, because of the geopolitical concerns. And in fact, you have a special section on nearshoring, farshoring, which really highlighted how much protectionism is now becoming an ongoing trend. And you will see this vary across regions. And I think, of course, you have a really interesting regional view. So I'm going to pull Paul in.
That's true. I think just from the geopolitical, just to finish that off, I think one of the things that concerns me is that we are seeing a world that is becoming more polarized, and we all know that compromise happen in the middle. They never happen on the perimeter. So that means we're also seeing that when there is a situation, it takes longer to find a solution because you don't have the political capacity to find those proven. And we will have to navigate it. I want to make just a very small comment on, because everybody was saying, wow, the situation in the Red Sea and the shipping industry managed to deal with it. We only managed to deal with it on a global scale because the industry had grossly overinvested. Had we not overinvested, we would have had a serious problem right now.
Absolutely.
Serious problem.
In fact, if I remember right, Bud Dar actually brought this point up in the session on the Red Sea yesterday, where he said we had made these investments and we need that level of resilience in order to be able to soak up when capacity gets trapped with a black swan event, as you pointed out. So
exactly.
Absolutely.
So I think that's one element. Another element that we are not talking so much about, but it becomes more and more important, is cybersecurity. Not just cybersecurity as a company, but also cybersecurity when we talk about infrastructure, whether it is the electric grid, whether it is the natural gas pipelines in North Europe or other things. This will become more and more part of conflicts, And of course, drilling it all down to our own software. How do we make sure that we are protected? Because today we need the software. We cannot operate without a software.
We're digital.
So that I think is a big concern as well. A final concern, this is more personally, is is a startup. And a startup has like one purpose, and that is to grow and escalate. So it's not just growing, but it's increasingly growing at a faster pace. And that, of course, is the worry. Are we growing too slow? I ask myself that question several times per day. But this is more uniquely to our business.
Well, I mean, if you find the formula for startups to be able to grow at the appropriate pace, you would be a millionaire, wouldn't you? That's the whole challenge of being a startup. But what really helps is systems of resilience. And when you have support, when you have policy support, when you have regulation support, which will drive that demand and steady prediction of what demand there is going to be for you, which allows you to build in this resilience, right? So, yeah, great things in the future and keep an eye. But of course, Hiroshi,
yes,
what is on your radar?
Past several years, many things happened in the world, and of course, geopolitical things which we cannot, unfortunately, do anything. And what happened is that when we look at the clients, the requirement is, totally increasing. Used to be like as a Japanese freight forwarding logistics service provider, just deliver the right amount of the goods from A to B. That's it. But within, of course, the agreed time frame. But nowadays, the requirement is to, let's say, provide let's say, business continuing plan and proper business planning whatsoever. Then, as Paul mentioned, is the cyber security protection is one of, but not only cyber security in Europe, like CSRD and sustainability things. So, to me, increasing the cost, what is the kind of biggest headache for me and for us.
That makes sense. And I also think it's worth pointing out that we have two parallel narratives that are being really discussed in our sector. And one of them is just in time, pure efficiency. And the other is we need resilience. We need this layer to actually be agile. And you can't have both. Not without a huge amount of cost, right? So, coming back to this, and I think we should really explore this, what does agility mean for you in your sector?
Yes, agility is, is the biggest and important element to be survived in this industry, not for us, but for the client. And if we can manage the agility, then we can, protect the company and the client with let's say today's unpredictable and unstable a situation. That's what we think. And then, of course, agility is, and I don't want to say other things, but besides characteristics, agility is one of the key elements. But the resilience and also stability and maybe transparency is equally important, especially for our company and for us.
That makes sense. And in fact, the expectance of transparency is far more now that we're digitalized, now that there is data. And of course, if you're looking at ESG metrics, you can't afford to say, don't worry, we'll do it, and you don't get to know how. People want to know, is it sustainable? What does this mean, etc. I'm going to mix up the order a little bit, and I'm going to go to you, Stuart, because you've been staring. So go on then. What does agility mean for you?
I think it's interesting because we are actually in a time of rapid transformation. We're here. We've heard all about the plans and the speed of transition, which for an industry like shipping, we used to be hidden away, and as Hiroshi said, all we would do is move the goods and that would be fine, and we'd keep our head down and away we go.
Right.
And we're now into a whole transition of supporting transition at pace. We're going to go through a green revolution as well, which will mean that we go, historically shipping has slowly evolved. I call it that we're in the fourth propulsion revolution, where you've slowly gone from different fuels, but now we're in a space where over a very short period of time, we're going to have to change from a sort of parallel or a linear transition path to a parallel transition path, where you're going to have to invest in ships that you may not have the market for. And I know Maersk are having these conversations with a high level of risk, whilst the geopolitical risk, and the people as well, because you don't even know what you're training the people that train the people to do yet. So I think these are the sort of problems that we have. But I think also we as an industry are recognizing that we can come out of this. We are talking more clearly with others. We're becoming much more integrated ourselves, and focusing on where those partnerships need to work. And the public-private partnership, I know we're going to talk about one a bit later on the fuel system, but you can see this happening both here in Saudi, but throughout the world. This much more engaged approach from the shipping industry, and it's great to have a platform like this. Often, you'd keep the shipping industry well away, and they would be happy to do that. And I think that's an important part of what we're trying to do when we're looking at doing it at a much faster pace. And I think you can only do that in partnership.
So it's really interesting because, again, this brings the point that we heard yesterday where they said shipping has always been cyclical. Usually and traditionally, for those of you who've been, like me, in the industry for a while, it was about a 7-year cycle, and that's what we always kind of banked on and worked with. And now the cycles are bigger, higher highs, lower lows, faster. So we're cycling through rapid. And in fact, actually, Paul, I think it means that the industry is widely almost looking at the future with the attitude of a startup, where we're like, what do we need to do? How do we need to do it? So how can you, you are obviously being agile as part of a startup. How do these integrate for you?
I mean, we were born with the mission to be agile and try to find new solution in the regional space.
Could you talk about that for the room?
Sorry?
Could you explain when you say you were born for this mission?
So what we do is that we were given the brief to connect the second-tier Saudi ports with the main ports. The first service we opened had a connection to Jeddah, which is a hub, as Dammam is on the Gulf side. So it's a hub. We connected it. The first service connected it to NEOM. We connected it to Yanbu, where there's a lot of export, which goes by road. We now have an opportunity to bring it down and connect it to the world by sea. The same thing was that into NEOM, there was no regular service. We provided that regular service so they could take the cargo off the roads. This is just one example of one of the things that we have. We have been given the brief to connect the secondary ports, where there's also a lot of export sitting or import, a lot of customers sitting behind each of those ports. That's got to be one of the briefs to have the agility to it.
So could I just quickly check? You have a brief. How are you delivering on the brief?
The way we're delivering is on the same way as everybody else. We need to get the equipment. We need to get the vessels. It's not the easiest time. The vessel is a very hot market. There's not a lot of vessels available, so it's a scarce market at the moment. It's quite pricey. So that has maybe given us a little bit of setback. I would have liked to grow faster than where we are at this point. But this is the market. This is the cyclical part. I've been 40 years in this industry. I've seen these cycles. You just need to wait, and then there's going to be an opportunity. But of course, it's a little bit of frustration. You want to grow faster. The second thing, of course, is also the automation, the digital element. As I thought, there was a previous group this morning where the visibility, which is important. 10 years ago, when Saib was mentioning is, everybody was talking about the transit time. Cargo has to arrive fast.
You and Maersk actually launched a special service for this, didn't you? I remember that.
Exactly, and others as well. But I think then the point was, now it's more about, we want to know when the cargo is arriving. It's probably also to do with, we have been living now in quite a number of years with a very low interest rate. So your inventory sitting on a ship another week is not a big drain on your cash flow. This has maybe changed a little bit. But what we are seeing is people want visibility. They want to know when does the cargo arrive, much more than my cargo has to arrive one day earlier. They want to know when we arrive.
And as somebody who's supplying the ships that they are trying to get, could you talk a little bit about this agility and this ability to be this level of transparent?
I think maybe just taking it back to something you said earlier, Namrata. I think the industry is coming to terms with what the priorities are. It used to be the just-in-time, when, again, things were somewhat more predictable. But now, and Hiroshi also had mentioned, when you said agility, he also mentioned it in the form of resilience.
Yes.
So resilience of supply chains is really becoming at the center of what our customers are requesting and demanding as well. So what agility in this sense means, and to tie it in with what you mentioned about partnerships as well, is how do we bring it together to adjust to some of the very rapid and somewhat severe changes that are taking place in the industry. Global level, of course, you've got the entire industry adjusting networks to go for a Cape of Good Hope and adjusting it, for the foreseeable future, but also making sure that they are able to readjust back to a Red Sea route when that happens eventually.
Is that possible? It feels like we're asking the impossible, right? We're just like, do it, and also provide us a little dance while you're doing it.
That's a very wide geopolitical question. I think it's possible for sure, but I mean, of course, there's a lot of play.
Yeah, I think it's not just the container lines. They know where they're going, like a bus route, right? But if you think about what's happening with the bulk sector or the tanker sector, simple things like the charter party clauses. The majority of charter party clauses are on a 74-year-old charter party, which includes a line, use best Welsh coal. And the reason because case law hasn't caught up. So sometimes we as the sort of ship owners, the operators are moving faster, and certainly in regulatory terms and in government terms, we're ready to go. We just need this architecture to unlock a lot of this potential. And this is your raison d'etre, right? Yeah. And how you overcome those barriers. And there are some simple wins, which just needs a little bit of joined up thinking and then working with the legal entities and the insurance sector to start to unlock those, which will speed even more of this unlocking of the challenges.
I do like to think of the fact that when we talk about infrastructure, we're often thinking physical, but we do also need to be looking at legal and regulatory infrastructure to actually support this. And we often say policy, which just sounds really abstract, but it's literally translating to what is on the paper that we're being held to. Are we determining that ships need to be running at design speed versus rather than what is optimized? And can you do that without falling afoul of your charterer, which is not always possible. But I want to think about, because we've only got about 6 minutes left, and I want to really answer the question that I'm sure is burning in this room, which is, what are the obvious wins, right? We've got all these challenges. We've talked about geopolitical. Anybody who really wants to know what's challenging, of course, please do look at the ICS Maritime Barometer. It's there in a beautiful graph that I used for my research. But can I just check, what are the obvious wins? And Hiroshi, I'm going to start with you.
Obvious wins for us, and in context with this forum, in particularly in Saudi Arabia and also in general the Middle East, actually what we do think is we need to have new kind of the gateway, and that gateway should close as much as close to be the client or business. That's what we are thinking.
So you're almost looking at it like integrated, really. Right. And I'm just going to pull you in, Shahid, because I know that an integrated future is literally part of your mission statement. So could you talk to us about that?
Ultimately, we're in the business of providing logistics and shipping and supply chain solutions for our customers. I think two things can be said about that. Integrating with partnerships, as you mentioned, Stuart, with the ecosystem, but also vertical integration. We've seen that it adds a lot of value. I think that is an obvious win. An example could be made to the situation here right now, and maybe making it in a somewhat local context. The kingdom in Saudi Arabia was serviced both, of course, on the eastern province and the western province, and that has been massively disrupted with services not going via the Red Sea. The ability for, I don't want to call it shipping lines anymore, but just logistics companies to be able to deliver land bridge solutions and things of the sort, that comes with a lot of integration. Both integration with other modes of transport, but also integration with potentially what you could consider as competitors, but could also in certain contexts be considered partners. So I think that is one of the obvious wins that the industry can pull together and provide something better for our customers.
I love the way that you phrase that, because often when we think about integrating with other modes of transport, we're worried about modal shift. We're worried about losing cargo to somewhere else where the regulations might be that little bit less cost competitive, and then you have that option to kind of do it in bulk. But Paul, could I pull you in for what an obvious win would be for you?
One of the easy wins for me is, to intensify the collaboration. And with that I mean two things. Number one, collaboration when it comes towards the customers and their transport requirements. There I have argued for many years that we should focus on value over cost.
Yes.
Because it's different things. So value is how can you create value? How can you take cost out of a system that's much, much more important and is much more impactful than it is to negotiate versus a spreadsheet.
Yep.
So that's the first thing. The second thing I think as well is there's so many startups, there's so many activities in the space of logistics. I mean, after the pandemic, suddenly everybody talked about logistics. So there's a lot of startup that is in the digital space of logistics, where I think collaboration, finding the partner. I'm a traditional shipping man. We always said we want to do everything in-house. We are perfect shipping companies, so we will also be a perfect company to develop IT, and we all failed. But instead, the collaboration with people who has the good ideas. I mean, I don't need to develop the ideas, but I need to have access to it. And I think that one, in those two collaboration areas, there's many easy wins.
Absolutely, and I think, again, we're moving away from our traditional skill set, right? Our traditional skill set, and somebody pointed it out yesterday, was getting goods from point A to point B. And now we're thinking, let's get it efficiently, let's get it transparently, let's make sure there's visibility all the way through so that you could look at your phones and track your container cargo. And if you're using a reefer, you want to know what the temperature is for your thing, so you can say, my cargo definitely met these parameters and it didn't, go above this particular temperature, so that the cargo is absolutely viable for sale. It's a really different thing which requires specialisms in a way that just wasn't there in the past. And your members, Stuart, will be at the cutting edge of this. So what are the wins for them? What are the wins kind of wider on a global level as well?
I think that we're in a time of transition is a great time of opportunity.
Yes.
And I think that we mustn't forget this is a glass half full moment for our industry, which has traditionally just gone along in a very cost optimized way. And I think that your point around value over cost is something that I think we have all learned through the COVID pandemic, and making sure that as we transition in many ways, the entire value chain understands that and is partnering within that, even to the extent of we have commoditized seafarers, and actually our industry relies on people.
Yep.
And we need to think about how do we make sure that there's ownership with our people, we invest in them so that they deliver the value that Paul talks about within the shipping industry as well. So I think whilst we always want to move to the new, I think there's also a piece of looking to what really works and those values, and how do we marry those to really make the best of the opportunities that we have, and not see it as this transition is, it's difficult.
Yeah.
No, it's a great place that we can work, and from our point, we'll make sure that we represent ship owners in the regulatory space, making sure that the regulatory platform is in there to enable the shipping industry to really prosper even further.
Well, I honestly feel like I could talk about this for hours, but we are unfortunately out of time. So it just leaves me to thank my panel very, very much for sharing your insights, and to encourage people in the audience, if you've liked what they've said, do feel free to find them while they're at the show and ask them your questions and talk to them about integration, get your information. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namrata, thank you very much indeed. I mean, it's a very clear message, isn't it? Agility equals resilience, and that has to be the way ahead. I think what's interesting is that's the journey. We're going to look at the terminal, or the staging post, if you like, now, through the eyes of ports in particular. And ports will struggle to be that agile. Agility is a scale issue in many cases. And we're going to focus now on the new age of the powerhouse port. So what does that mean? I'd like to invite my panel to come and join me up here now. And I'll introduce you, but all come along together, gentlemen. Rajiv Agarwal, who's the CEO and MD of SR Ports, so operating ports and terminals, fleet operation, chartering as well, and trade. Lal Wurasinghe, very good to see you, MD for operations at Sri Lanka Ports Authority, and Jay New, who is the CEO at King Abdullah Port. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Do take a seat. So look, here's the thing. I didn't know what a powerhouse port was
before we started to discuss it. It feels like a brand new definition, actually. So, Jay, beyond a powerhouse port presumably being massive, what is it? Define it. How do you define King Abdullah Port as a powerhouse port?
I'm so glad you asked, David. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. Actually, the first thing I did was looked up the definition of powerhouse ports.
You are one.
It was a new phrase to me. I thought it sounded great. And if somebody's invited me onto a panel to talk about something that sounds great, then I'm honored to be here. So powerhouse sounds like things like powerful or Powerade or power plant. So what are these things? What is a powerhouse port? So I think it's something that produces a result that's great, that's better than before, it's resilient, and it's sustainable. So those would be my criterion for what I think is a powerhouse port. And for the port that I have the very great pleasure of being chief executive of, King Abdullah Port, located in the Red Sea, I think I'd referred back to His Excellency Khaled Al-Faleh yesterday, who referred to the vision of the creating global logistics hub in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, of which we believe King Abdullah Port plays a vital role as a powerhouse port, being a mega hub in the Red Sea. So this is something that will connect the main trade lanes of Asia and Europe, provide easy access to Africa, to India, to Sri Lanka, to the adjacent countries, and creates a value. This is a major transportation highway. 30% of containers sail under normal conditions along the Red Sea every day. And two phrases come to mind when I think of my 30 years in shipping and ports. There are two things that have cropped up in many conversations. The shipping lines only make money when they're sailing, and the shipping lines will go where the cargo is. So what we've done in King Abdullah Port is to address those two things. So shipping lines make money when they're moving, so we love them to come into the port, but we want them to leave as soon as they can. So we've designed a port that's highly efficient. Actually, the Minister of Investment yesterday referred to the fact that King Abdullah Port in 21 was recognized by the World Bank as being the world's most efficient port. So that comes about as a result of our design. So we turn the ships around very quickly. And the second thing is, in terms of the shipping lines will go where the cargo is, we locate the port adjacent to Jeddah, Rabah, Yanbu, Medina, Mecca, the adjacent cities, with easy access to Riyadh, the capital. And we've designed a special economic zone around the port, and the port sits within that to generate cargo that will attract the shipping lines.
Now that's interesting, and Rajiv, I'm going to bring you in here, because that's about, and maybe that's where the sense of powerhouse comes in, about a port itself being a catalyst for industrial development and growth. And I think from your perspective, an Indian perspective, trying to develop ports, you need that. It's more about that than being a hub, in fact.
Yeah, surely, because you see, when we say powerhouse, so the ports are actually catalysts for development of a country, a nation, a region, or the city. And we say that they empower the people, they empower the trade and commerce of that area. So that's the context in which I would like to use this concept of powerhouse. And more so, as we are going along, we are seeing that the ports are also becoming the hubs for generating power. So people are putting their power generation facilities in the port land, because ports typically have a lot of land. So you could put up solar facilities, wind, you could put up hydrogen, green ammonia. So the newer and the greener fuels are being put up on the port land. So we have in India a huge amount of interest from all the power producers to place their facilities at the port or near the port, so that they can transport the power in the form of green ammonia, or they can import LNG, or they can do generate solar or wind power.
So in that way, literally, they are becoming the powerhouse.
Our gentlemen, our previous panelists will be delighted to hear that you're ready to take on board perhaps bunkering of so many renewable fuels, because that's one of the great challenges in knowing where to go and which fuel to choose. Lal, can I come back to perhaps a slightly more traditional sense of Powerhouse Port? You are, in fact, you're more than one port. Sri Lanka Port Authority is a growing port, turning into a powerhouse, you'd probably argue.
Right. Interesting. Thank you very much for inviting. Actually, to make it a powerhouse, the port originated as gateway ports, mainly catering to imports and exports, mainly invested by the governments in the good olden days. But gradually, its importance has been come to this level. Firstly, becoming a maritime hub, try to be a hub attracting various shipping lines and try to be a maritime distribution center. And then the next step is the present scenario where the logistic hub concept, something more than the maritime hub. You offer value-added services and a lot of rezones you are catering to, and you are facilitating a lot of supply chain connectivity. So then you want to make it a powerhouse. Already it is a powerhouse, but then what type of impact you can create towards the world economy, and what type of impact you can create towards your customers if it is not performing well. So for that, you have to really look into the basics of managing ports and their strategic aspects and all that, because ports needs a lot of infrastructure. I mean, a lot of investments you need, millions, perhaps the billions of dollars of investments. And next one is the superstructure, that is the terminal buildings and other facilities, including the terminal management systems and all that. And then you need to have the right operational efficiency, productivity, and
that's moving in towards the importance, Jay, of technology. You've got to be at the forefront, presumably. If you want to be a powerhouse port, you've got to be the best in class.
No doubt. And I was thinking about this, the second half of the powerhouse concept. So once you've made your blueprint and you've built your powerful infrastructure, how do you address the growing needs going future? What is the future? Now, the future is often, by its nature, I guess, quite uncertain. Rajiv, you were talking about renewable fuels. There's a degree of uncertainty as to which fuels the shipping lines want to use. But there's a very important aspect of working towards the future. The other aspect is, of course, IT. And using the blockchain, AI, digitization, these are key. And looking towards the future, you need to be alive and lively in order to focus on what is happening. We have our own port community system, which is an IT system that connects all the different parties together. And that works today. But tomorrow it will be a different concept, and in a week and a year's time, a different concept still. So you have to be alive and lively in terms of being able to open your mind, keep up with innovation and technology. And I see there's some drones around the conferences here that we should be finding a way of introducing into our port activities alongside the basic infrastructure that we have built.
And how important do you see that essentially as, well, it can be efficiency, obviously, but also, we heard earlier for shipping, it's about security and safety. And within a port environment, I guess that is one of the absolutes, isn't it, Rajiv?
Yes, sure, absolutely. Because safety is paramount. And we operate ports in the UK, in Indonesia, in India. And I can tell you that, completely accident-free operations, completely mechanized and controlled centrally, everything. So I think it's very important that we invest in technology and invest in the right equipment so that we have best in class, and that's also a good way to compete Because at the end of the day, you have to give efficient turnarounds, you have to give efficient operations so that the people who work with you, your customers, are happy and their costs get reduced. Because we earn only when our customer earns.
Yeah, which is a very important point to remember. But Lal, this issue about technology, about absolute safety, as you put it, that also has ramifications for workforces, doesn't it? So is that perhaps another of the sort of leadership roles of Powerhouse Ports, that it becomes far more automated and frankly a much smaller, I mean it is an ever shrinking workforce, let's be honest, but that's the reality, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just taking an example of the Port of Colombo where I work. So yes, it's true that we have been accepted and established ourselves as a, when we compare Singapore, we are quite small, but still as a hub in the Indian subcontinent. But still, just having the strategic location will not help you to remain in the business. So we need to keep abreast with the technological development, state-of-the-art technological improvement. The customers want us to convert ourselves as a smart port, right? So you need to have automated terminals, and we are in the process of Ports Authority itself developing a semi-automated terminal in the Port of Colombo. And of course, Adani Group is also developing a similar type of capacity, maybe 3 million capacity. Almost within a couple of years, Port of Colombo is doubling the capacity. But you know, once we started offering these capacity enhancement, it's a challenge because will we be able to attract the business to cover? It's a we have Ports Authority alone spending about $800 million to develop our own terminal. Maybe the same amount is spent by the Adani Group as well. So it's a big challenge.
Well, I can imagine many ports are going to be thinking, if we have now established this new term of powerhouse, how do we reach powerhouse status? Because you are going to presumably, Jay, gobble up a lot of the best investment opportunities. One wonders maybe, do you have a deleterious effect on tier 2 ports, on smaller operators?
No, I think there's very much a need and a role for both. So tier 2 sounds as if it's secondary. So it's
a phrase, but yeah,
to determine the role that each port plays. And I've been in the port industry long enough to know that many conferences are a bit of a beauty pageant, and many people think that the biggest is the best. That's not always the case. So some ports, by the nature of the fact they would cater predominantly for transshipment cargo, for example, would have to be big in order to handle for that. A port that serves a local market, the cargo owners, they don't care about the scale or the size. They want their container the same day it arrives. So they want the efficiency in the terminal. As long as the terminal is able to cater for that, then I guess that's the power it's playing in that local community. So it's a question of scoping out the environment. King Abdullah Port plays on a global field. So there are big megaports around the world that handle a role that is an international one. And that will be the role that King Abdullah Port plays, an international one and a local one. And there are other ports that will handle only on a local basis. But I think all of them need to have this renewable, sustainable focus with IT governing how you get that cargo in and out of the port as quickly as possible.
How much connectivity do you think there needs to be between these bigger ports now, Rajiv? I mean, we could take an example. We've mentioned it once or twice before. India, Middle East, Europe, the IMEC route. Does it make sense for you to take on a more strategic responsibility, actually, in terms of working out the best way to use the next trade routes?
Yeah, sure. Basically, you see, if you look at India, I mean, up till the 19th century was the largest economy. And that was basically governed by the trade and commerce and the kind of routes that we followed, you know, and this was called the Silk Route, and the trade used to happen through it across right up to every part of the world. So I think it's very important. In India itself, it is very important. We have 16,000 kilometers of, waterfront. And we have currently about 30-40 big ports, but in times to come, I would see maybe I think there'll be about 100 ports. And because, it's just like that, the cost of transshipment is very high. So double handling of a cargo, it really increases the cost. And different modes of transportation have to talk to each other in the sense that, if you bring in cargo through to the ship, then you have to take it onto the rail to take it inside the hinterland, because India is a very large country, and say, there is a coastline and then there's a hinterland which is right up to the north and everywhere. So you have to carry the cargo all through. And also outside the country, where like we are talking about this India, Middle East, European corridor, which is extremely important because it will cut short the time and distance and reduce the cost of logistics, increase the development in those countries, because every place where a port or a logistic hub touches develops. And that's what we have seen. I think it's no better example than Middle East. If you look at Dubai, if you look at all the Emirates around, now Saudi Arabia is developing. I think ports are definitely, and logistic hubs bring a lot of prosperity because industry comes in. It's an enabler for industry to come in.
Jay, it's I'm trying to work out what comes first. We had a very interesting discussion just now about shipping and the impact of COVID as a sort of a monster boost to reconfiguring shipping. Is that where Powerhouse Ports come from? Is it effectively a response to the struggles of recent years?
So I think you have to balance resilience and sustainability with your ability to cope in a crisis. So we've seen over the last few years challenges on geopolitical, physical, pandemic levels. And it's not easy to adapt quickly to the volumes that are being talked about these days. It's not easy to move several million containers around in one move. So you need to have resilience also to be able to cope with that flexibility. This year has been a challenge for many of the ports in the Red Sea for obvious reasons. However, our resilience has shown that the non-containerized cargo, for example, the bulk cargo, the corn, the grain, the soybeans, those volumes have increased significantly. They were not impacted by the current Red Sea situation. In fact, refrigerated cargo also has come through the Suez Canal, through King Abdullah Port, and across to the Eastern Province. So when you have these disruptive changes into the market, you need to be alive and lively in order to know your customers, know their transport and logistics behavioral patterns, what is important to them, and then to be able to adapt. But I think all of this change is positive for us.
Yeah, and Lal, listening to Jay there, you're probably thinking, yeah, we think many of the same things. Is this the time where ports of your size and scope and nature do need to collaborate further on the way ahead, the best sort of model of a port, I mean, the powerhouse port?
Okay. It's a challenges. So the way that we...
On a lighter note, they're already collaborating with Adani. So, he has a huge number of ports in India which will contribute to their volumes.
So actually the investment point of view, so the way that we have to follow is the public-private partnerships. We can invite, actually that is a model we have already followed. There is a one step that we have to go, because when you have the excess capacity, we have to encourage some vessel operators, like container operators, to come and have some kind of a partnership with the port. That is the way, you can have additional volume without any problem. The other one is these smart port, like port community systems, having all, digitalization, all that will help reduce the cost as well as enhance the speed and the promptness of the logistics requirements. So I think but the other thing is, the important thing to make it a powerhouse, we have to have some kind of a buffer capacity to address you know, there are some congestions and all that. That's what. Luckily, we have had that, and we were able to increase our volume by 500,000 TEUs because of this Red Sea.
If you're big enough, you possibly qualify. So maybe we've worked out a little bit about what the Powerhouse, I don't know if it's an exclusive club or a league or a division, looks like. We've gone some way to doing that and establishing the phrase as well, perhaps. Plenty more discussion on that topic, clearly still to come. Ladies and gentlemen, for Rajiv, for Jay, and for Lal, please put your hands together. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're gonna exit stage right, if we could, this way, please. And I'm going to move us on to our next panel, in fact, because we're going to tackle the issue of rail now, the rail revolution. Swifter, greener connections ahead. That is the discussion point. And I'm delighted to invite Ryan once again, Ryan Harmon, editor of ITP Media, to take to the stage to introduce his panel. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our session talking all about rail. I'm excited to introduce our panelists for this session, Dr. Bashar Al-Malik, CEO of Saudi Arabia Railways, Conor Fian, Secretary General of IRFA, and Frank Hajmeyer, CEO of Siemens Mobility Saudi Arabia. Dr. Bashar, let's start with yourself. Obviously, as we know, Saudi Arabia is making huge investments into the railway sector. Could you share how critical that is in terms of working towards Vision 2030?
Sure. Thank you so much for the invitation and the question. Let me start by explaining how the structure of the industry is in the kingdom here. SAR is the owner and operator of the rail network in the kingdom here in Saudi Arabia. We are part of the transportation and logistic ecosystem, and by so we contribute heavily to the national transport and logistic strategy that was approved and announced by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince back in 2021. Enablement is the key word we use when it comes to our service. We enable different sectors within the kingdom. We do so by providing reliable, sustainable, cost-effective service to our partners and clients. We do support the vision through the different programs and strategies that are part of the Vision 2030. We do support sectors like mining, agriculture, manufacturing. We also support Hajj and Umrah programs, pilgrims, tourism, sports, etc. So we do that as part of our contribution to Vision 2030 and the NTLS, and we are providing such services in a seamless possible way. And we are also expanding our network to reach new destinations, new economical zones in an effort to support all sectors, no exception.
And with that overview then of the Saudi Arabian Railway Network, Conor, I'll come to you next. When you're taking that experience from the European rail sector and looking at the Saudi Arabian market, what can be learned when it comes to policy frameworks and infrastructure development here in the kingdom?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I think there's a lot of important lessons that can be learned from the European example. I think the first point we have to make is that rail freight is no different than any other mode of transport, in that rail freight is fundamentally an international business. So what we need to ensure is that we can develop a framework that is international in nature. And I think the issues we see in Europe is we're having to do the work of deconstructing a lot of national frameworks to build an international framework. As I was pointing out, this might not be such a big issue for passenger traffic, where around 90% is domestic, but for freight, over 50% is international. We need that international framework. So what's crucial, and some of the previous panels pointed it out, is standardization. Give it a very concrete example. If we look at vehicle authorization, we're only really beginning the process in Europe now of standardizing vehicle authorization for railways. If I go back to 2016, if you look at at the time, 28 European member states, there was 14,316 national requirements for vehicle authorization throughout Europe. So as a freight company, it would make it very difficult to be able to offer services throughout Europe. Now we're down to just over 600, so we're going in a very good direction. But I think the tale I think people can learn from the European model is to begin with that international and connected perspective and the standardized approach to authorization and other technical specifications.
Frank, moving on to you next, and Siemens Mobility's work here in the Kingdom when it comes to rail infrastructure. Can you talk to me from a technology standpoint? What are the technologies driving the railway sector here in the Kingdom?
Thanks for the question as well. Although the railway sector is a slowly moving sector when it comes to innovations and bringing in new types of technology, there's a lot going on right now. The last couple of years, digitalization has been the driver in innovation and implementing new technologies in railways. We came from mechanical, electrical, automated, and yet digital developments, and it's not a buzzword anymore. It's really, really happening, and there are several big European rail infrastructure operators who are implementing digital technology to get a better throughput, better passenger experience, lower cost, quicker maintenance activities and response time. So a lot in that area can be beneficial for the operators in Saudi, being it in the cities with metros, being it on a country level with SAR, and they really can benefit from it. Coming back to technology and the brownfield environment which we have in Europe, a lot of the infrastructure operators implement this technology on top of their sometimes very brownfield technology which is there for many, many years. Whereas on the other side, when you have a greenfield environment, and in some of the predicted lines in Saudi, there is not a brownfield environment. You can implement the latest technology with less infrastructure along the track, with less signals. We talked about ERTMS already. So the technology over the last, let's say, 5 to 10 years developed immense, and the pace is continuing. So the advantage and the benefits for Saudi are evident.
And moving then from that point of digitalization onto sustainability, another key aspect when it comes to the railway sector. Dr. Bashar, can I ask you, Saudi Arabia has been a pioneer when it comes to hydrogen train trials. Why is the Kingdom taking this step, and how does it contribute to Vision 2030?
The country as a whole actually is investing in that perspective. Rail, SAR is no exception. We are committed to provide our services at a very friendly, environmentally friendly manners. And this is only one example of several initiatives that we have done in that area. We deployed the first hydrogen train ever to the region in an effort to test the suitability of such technology to our harsh environment, especially heat and sand, which you probably have witnessed during your visit. Trials were very successful. We identified gaps that need to be fulfilled to adapt such technology. Being transparent, though, I think still such technology has not been commercially viable yet. It's utilized commercially in very few networks in Europe only. We're following up the technology closely to ensure that We are ready to adapt it in commercial basis as soon as it is fit for purpose. We will continue our trials as well with other suppliers, and we're planning to do that next year, inshallah. Our effort will conclude hopefully with establishing standards and specification for us and for the region as a whole, to whomever is interested to adopt such technology. It's limited to when it comes to the speed, the distance such trains can travel, but we're monitoring, and I can assure you and the audience that we will be utilizing such technology as soon as it is viable for us.
Connor, then, when we talk about the rail sector and its competitiveness in the ecosystem of logistics, when we're looking at what barriers are prohibiting the competitiveness of the sector, like we're talking about digitalization, sustainability, operational efficiency, all of these aspects, what do you think is the #1 challenge for the sector?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think what we see as the main challenge is rail freight, as I said, is international. And today we're trying to operate an international business on a patchwork of different national networks. So the challenge is, how do we get to a more harmonized system? A very good example we would say is capacity management. In Europe and many places in the world, we still have national capacity management systems. So let's say I'm trying to operate an international service, but I have to talk with an infrastructure manager in every country I pass through, book different capacity slots. And of course, if you have one problem in one country, it creates problems throughout the chain. And what this leads to, and this is the crucial point, it can lead to unreliability of the service. When you talk with the end user, the person who makes the decision, what they want is reliability. They want to know when their cargo will arrive so they can plan the logistics chain accordingly. So I would say what we need to do is increase the reliability of the service, and this can be done through creating a more harmonized network that reflects the international nature of rail freight services.
And Frank, then, building on that point of reliability, and specifically here in Saudi Arabia, what are the steps that need to be taken to ensure long-term success of the railway sector here?
Sorry, I've got difficulties understanding. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So building on the reliability aspect of the sector, how does Saudi Arabia go about ensuring long-term success when it comes to developing?
It's not an easy question. If I understand it correctly, sorry. We are there to support the customers. We are there to be a partner and create reliability together. When it comes to standardization, as I said in the beginning, we are not interested in coming up with a very customized type of thing, because if we would do that all over the world, we are responsible for maintaining and taking the responsibility for reliability for too many different kind of products. So we are definitely looking at platforms that we can reuse all over the world, of course with adaptations which are required from the environment, which is different here in Saudi compared to Germany or other countries. But we are strongly focusing on this standard that's implemented worldwide, and with that the reliability not only right now but also in the period of 30 years that we are responsible to supply products and spare parts and components remains there and remains at this high level.
And does that harsh environment here in the Kingdom, Frank, does that really impact the operations of the rail sector?
Of course the harsh environment has its impact on the rolling stock, on the rail infrastructure, components, and that's definitely different from other countries. And that requires a different design, a different maintenance scheme, a different life cycle approach as in other countries. That's a fact of life.
Sure. Dr. Bashar, if I can come back to you then. Obviously the GCC has been pushing rail network across the whole of the continent in the Middle East. What is Saudi Arabia's role in that, and how do you see Saudi Arabia playing a role in regional connectivity here in the region?
Of course. Let me start by maybe sharing the length of our network, national network. Yeah. Today we have exceeded 5,500 kilometers as a rail network. Our plan as part of the NTLS is to expand this network by an additional 8,000 kilometers plus by 2030. Part of this is related to the GCC network. Nationally today, our network have reached our northern Jordanian borders. Our network is laid all the way to the borders. So with zero investment, as soon as our colleagues and brothers in Jordan do extend their networks to connect with our network, you will have a cross-borders connection that already does not require any additional investment from our side. GCC is another part of our plans. The GCC leaders have already identified the date to completing such connection, which is 2030. We are committed to this date. In fact, we have already completed part of this network, namely the connection between Jubail, Dammam, and Ras Al Khair, which represent a little over 35% of the whole network that we are planning to develop nationally. So we're progressing in that perspective. Of course, this needs to be coordinated and aligned between all GCC countries to avoid investing in connections that will not be connected to from the other side. Plans are progressing very well in that perspective, and this is being followed and monitored by the GCC Council, GCC rail authorities, and the leaders themselves as well.
Connor, if I can come back to you then and come back to the point on sustainability. Obviously, it is a key driver of everything that's happening in the world right now. But when it comes to the rail sector and sustainability, do you see a viable future in the short term and the long term for it?
Yeah, I think rail freight is going to be a crucial part of the sustainability discussion. Of course, every mode of transport has their role to play, but rail freight as a whole has huge energy savings. When we look at the traction, the amount of load units that can be carried by a freight train, so there is natural savings there. What we've already seen from the European context as well, it's been a mode of transport that's also been it's been somewhat simpler to move it to alternative energy sources. So for instance, in the European network, we're already at 65% energy of electric traction for the railway network. So we're already quite advanced. So we would feel that it has a crucial role to play in the short term because it's already offering those energy savings. And in the long term, it will always have the efficiency because of the amount of load units that can be carried by a freight train.
And that electrification process, is that something that is going to continue to be pushed towards nearly 100% in the future and something we can expect moving forward?
So the European Union has an objective to have total electrification of the core corridors by 2050. So the objective in the long term is that when we look at the core rail network, that there will be 100% electrification of the lines.
Frank, if I can move back to you then and talking about the investment that is involved in building these huge rail networks around Saudi Arabia and beyond, what is the role of the collaboration between the public and the private sector in this?
Also, that one is a difficult one. It depends on the lines or the network you're talking about. When we talk about metro systems currently being developed in Riyadh, the plans which are out there for other cities in Saudi, the Qiddiya development project which is currently going on over here. It's a different requirement than the mainline system from Dr. Bashar and SAR. So you have to look at the different requirements, technical, operational, size, risk, and then you can match the required finance to it. There are multiple of private investments in the rail sector, in lines, worldwide available. We as Siemens have a dedicated department based in Dubai for the Middle East to support private funding for public initiatives. But again, it depends on what you're looking at. And based on that, there is always a financial solution available. Whereas I have to say, when it comes to the private part of it, full-blown PPPs, as I would call them, public-private partnerships, will take longer and in the end are more costly than the conventional way of financing railroads, which we know for many, many years.
Dr. Bashar, on that point then of SAR working with the private sector as well, how does that relationship work for you and how do you see the benefits coming from that?
Actually, beyond SAR, as a national strategy, one of the initiatives is to attract the private sector to participate in the development of all sectors, no exception. Rail is part of that. We have a couple of successful experiences in involving the private sector in managing, operating, and developing the network. Riyadh Dry Port is one example where we have partnered with one of the operators, Singaporean company, Saudi Singaporean company that is upgrading the infrastructure in the dry port and also operating in a shared revenue mechanism. And we are, in fact, inviting all private sector interested entities to join us in developing our network further and managing our activities moving forward. So we have announced different opportunities, be it manufacturing in a localization efforts that we're working very hard on, or even developing and expanding the network or operating and maintaining our network. So we are quite open to such opportunities, and we strongly invite the private sector to join us in doing so.
Connor, if I can come back to you then, what is the number one trend in your opinion that is affecting the rail sector outside of obviously digitalization and sustainability? Is there another aspect that we haven't touched on that you could address for us?
Another aspect that's impacting the railway sector, I think I touched on what is the critical point, and I'll speak on behalf of rail freight because I think the impacts of, let's say, the passenger traffic and freight traffic are quite different. I think the number one priority we have to get to, as I touched on earlier, is regional harmonization. And I'm very optimistic about what I've heard from the Kingdom already, that there is this approach to have a harmonized regional system for rail freight traffic, because this is the only way it will function in a good way. You need to have standardization of how, let's say, authorization processes, harmonization of how capacity is managed. But also, I think what's critical, and this is an important role of the states in the region, is to ensure standardization of the infrastructure parameters as well. Because freight flows can only work as efficiently as the weakest link in the network. So if we have, let's say, one part of the network that is a laggard, this affects the entire network. So again, I'm very optimistic on what the Kingdom has said so far on its vision for Saudi Arabia and the wider region.
And Frank, then moving from the freight side of the rail to the passenger side, where do you see the future of passenger rail here in the Kingdom?
Well, it's a bright future.
Yeah.
But let me just one step back. When it comes to logistics, what we talk about today, rail is crucial. The efficiency that can be gained with a good rail network, both from a, let's say, a financial point of view, but also from a sustainability point of view. The word green in our session, it's the best way of transportation. And with the plans from SAR on upgrading the east-west line and making it the land bridge to Jeddah. With the North-South line being upgraded, the potential for the logistics sector is huge in Saudi when it comes to mainly freight. Passengers, as the second market for rail, let's call it that way, is being developed in a tremendous way. We talked about our project that we're currently implementing in Egypt, which has somehow comparable characteristics as what we see here in Saudi. The potential for a high-speed network in Saudi is huge, with the plans coming up for the World Cup in 2034, the events that are going to be organized, such a network, I would almost say, is necessary. And then within the cities, Riyadh deserves a lot of credit for their initiative, although 10 years ago, to at the same time implement 6 new metro lines in the city. They are almost there to open. That would be a great achievement. And the same will go for other bigger cities in Saudi, where passengers will really enjoy the availability of public transport. So I would say that Saudi is currently probably one of the most exciting countries when it comes to the development of passenger transport on a scale which is unique.
I think that's a good place to leave it for today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and can we please have a big round of applause for our panelists today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, speakers. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here on both days and taking part in these very interesting and important conversations about the future of logistics. I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to our audiences watching us from around the world via live stream. Thank you. I'm Pavni Mittal. I'm an international journalist, and I will be moderating the next session. And for that, could I please call on stage our panelists? So our next session looks at the future of road transport, and we are going to be focusing on technological innovations. And within that, a lot of our focus is going to be on autonomous vehicles, electric vehicles. You just heard a panel that talked about sustainability as an important component, so we are going to be focusing on that as well. Thank you, gentlemen. May I please introduce our speakers. Next to me, Vincent Erard. He is the Senior Director of Strategy and Development at IRU. And we also have Cheng Lu, who is the President and CEO of TuSimple. You make autonomous trucks and are a publicly listed self-driving company. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Vincent, I want to start with you and sort of zoom out a little bit and ask you about the demand for technological change. In the industry, the road transport industry, where are you seeing the maximum sort of demand for big-time tech innovation and change?
Thank you, Pavni. And you're right, when you look at transport and logistics, they are undergoing a massive transformation driven by technology. And among the different technology we see, I would say battery technology, definitely. You see more and more battery manufacturers researching on new battery chemistries, trying to enhance the capacity and the charging higher rates. So we're going beyond lithium-ion, LFP, but also solid-state batteries. And it's understandable because it's 20%, 40%. The battery pack is 20%, 40% of the cost of an electric truck. So we see that. I would say we'll see a lot of advanced driver assistance systems, camera monitoring, automatic braking, so mostly driving safety, IoT devices, more trucks now, trailers now are equipped with those devices. So you communicate with infrastructure, you communicate about what you have in your cargo, what kind of temperature, the pressure of your tires, and so on. And I would say when you have all this data available, then you jump into artificial intelligence. Then you try to optimize the routes, you start developing autonomous vehicles. So artificial intelligence is mastering all this data for efficiency purposes.
Okay, so the customer has spoken. Cheng, where are you meeting their demands?
So, well, I guess in terms of meeting customer demand, maybe some context on self-driving for trucks and self-driving in general. As you know, there's what we call level 2, level 3 self-driving, which is really ADAS, so assisted driving. The human is still behind the wheel, responsible for the vehicle. And there's also level 4 self-driving, which is there's no humans behind the wheel. And we do a little bit of both, primarily level 4 driving. But in terms of customer demand, the ultimate customer is the carriers. And the carriers, of course, think about total cost of ownership. As it comes to level 2 and level 4, the equation is quite different. With level 2, it's because the human is still behind the wheel, the savings primarily, the value is primarily on safety and fuel efficiency. So a lot of carriers worry about fatigue in their drivers, improving fuel efficiency, and of course, in safety. So example, in parts of the world, like for instance, especially US, the cost of insurance is very high, it's continuing to rise. But because of the human and you're not really saving on labor cost, the total cost of ownership equation has to be very low, in the sense that you're talking about a few $100, $1,000 solution to provide these benefits. And for level 4, it's different because when you can remove the driver, and the driver is 40% the cost of a per mile operating cost. As an example, in the US, for example, a truck drives 100,000 miles a year. A driver is maybe 80 cents per mile in terms of cost. So just in 1 year, you're saving $80,000 as a carrier. And so the ability to pay for the carrier in terms of hardware costs and in terms of service is much higher. But then the solution is much more complicated, a lot more sensors, a lot more software. And so for us, we have to be flexible. Or for any self-driving company, you have to be modular in terms of your design, and then ultimately know what the customers are looking for and try to fit their requirements.
Let's talk about transitions. You know, in places like the US and China, transition to, say, something like EVs is a little faster. Government policies, China is also where you're making a lot of, EVs. What kind of lessons should the rest of the world learn from the kind of transition you're seeing? Vincent?
Yeah, China, US, Europe, they are transitioning, but I would say not at the same pace. And one of the first lessons basically we can learn is they are building an entire ecosystem. So it's not only about they are leveraging on the technology, of course, but also they have R&D centers, they have universities, they have also local manufacturing of trucks or of batteries or components in the supply chain. So they are building really the entire ecosystems to make it live. Second, I would say they facilitate pilots. Private sectors, they need to test and do extensive testing before validating a new tech or a new business case. So you need to facilitate pilots. But then when it comes to investing, you need to have the right enabling conditions. So you need to have the right infrastructure, and you need to have the right incentives. But what you need on top of this is visibility, predictability. You need to make sure that when you're investing, there will be roads that will be fully covered with charging infrastructure. So you need that predictability to be able to invest. And I would say the last thing is you need to, once you have all this, the enabling conditions and such a visibility, you need to have a roadmap that says, this is where I want to go. And these are the solutions that I'm allowed to the companies to try and use. For example, if you look at India, They are transitioning, but they look at LNG, they look at battery electric, they do hydrogen. So it's a mix of solutions because their territory has a different energy landscape. They have probably different usages. And so you need to adapt your solutions to that situation, that specific situation. There is no one-size-fits-all solution.
Cheng, when you expand to new markets and speak to new governments and sort of expand your roadmap, as Vincent mentioned, what are the challenges that you face?
Sure. I mean, before I get to that, I just want to add to Vincent's earlier point. I think, in a nutshell, to be successful in adoption of electric vehicles, and I would say probably China is by far, I think, the leader in this space. I think I just read that 50% of new EV sales on the consumer side are electric. And I think what you have to do is to supercharge both the demand and supply side. Right? So you have to get the lower cost of electric vehicle production, batteries. There has to be infrastructure. And then consumers have to be able to be incentivized to purchase these vehicles because initially the cost and the range anxiety and sort of the willingness to make that leap is going to take longer. Now, to answer your second question, well, to answer your question about entering new markets, for us, I think in summary, it's really the regulatory environment. It's the whether or not there's a clear business case for full self-driving over the next 3-5 years, and also the commitment of the local partners. And what I mean by this is that self-driving, level 4 self-driving is a very capital-intensive, resource-intensive development. Based on the different region, we have to spend money with different hardware partners, different driving behaviors, different on-the-ground operations. And so, that, of course, factors into whether or not we could provide those resources, and to be able to expand to a country revolves around those 3 points I said earlier.
Yes. If I may add also as well on what Cheng said about China being at the forefront of the transition. The opposite is, for example, US and Europe, where they are a bit lagging behind China. And why? Because they didn't implement the right enabling conditions now. So all the private sector now is considering, okay, do I have the right infrastructure? So if you don't have, this is a bottleneck that we are facing today. So if I'm a private sector, why should I invest into a new technology when I know that I will face difficulties to recharge when I'm doing my transportation? And same for countries which are basically canceling incentives overnight without giving predictability and visibility to the private stakeholders. So these are the conditions that we need to have, basically visibility and predictability to make sure that the transition will happen.
There's also political predictability, which China has, which the US, as we know, right now doesn't have. But speaking of transitions, you earlier talked about sort of stakeholders, and I was wondering, because we also want to talk about traditional trucking, and you have partners, you have people, you have drivers, and I understand they're a big cost, but they're also, part of society, and there's the issue of just transition. So how do you work with member countries to make sure that they're transitioning and making use of technology and innovation, but also taking care of your trucking partners? Is there a sort of hybrid model that you're looking at, or what are the considerations?
Yeah, we always look to work in partnership with those stakeholders. So I think the first thing is to lawmakers is to consult as much as possible with industry representatives to anticipate the consequences of the regulations on the market. And engaging public and private stakeholders through consultations, trials, educational trainings, that will help raise awareness and acceptance. So that, I think the importance is working on a roadmap. Again, it's a roadmap with what are the solutions that are available now, what I can do now that I can implement, we will save CO2 emissions or reduce my energy consumptions. It's partnering with academia, obviously, making sure that all the knowledge that you could develop and share within the ecosystem will be shared not only within that ecosystem, but also to the governments. Governments need to adapt the regulations to the situations. It's an evolution, it's a transition. So we need really to do that. And the last thing, I think, is to embark the SMEs, the small and medium companies. Sometimes we forgot about them. They are key, especially in the road transport sector. You know, it's a very fragmented sector. So embarking them, making sure that they have solutions that they can start implementing is the key to the success.
Cheng, you know, we talked a little bit about, you talked about regulation and I talked a little bit about politics. So, you know, I mean, you're a publicly listed company, but you're also a growing company when you have, and you have a lot of operations in the US, for example. So how do you then sort of build a system that can withstand, you know, so many changes that take place in your space? Because like I said, it's also politically very charged.
Yes, it's a very good question. I mean, policies are changing all the time. And for self-driving, it's policies around where can you obviously perform the functions, what is safe enough for electric vehicles. I think depending on the way the US election will come out, that will change potentially how that is invested. I think for us, the way we think about it is externally, really we have to be able to communicate with all the different stakeholders, understand what's a win-win solution. I think it's very difficult for a company like us, an independent company, to go against the grain. And then internally, we have to be very capital efficient, just because changes in regulation and geopolitics can delay things, can set you back. And then we have also looked at sort of use cases where it's a little more insulated from regulation. So for self-driving, it could be mining, enclosed areas. We thought we're actually applying our technology to different end markets other than transportation. But I think as a whole, you know, with any new technology, if it really truly adds value to the customers and to society, I do think policy will get better and continue to get better over time.
But here's the thing, you know, policies can, but like we've mentioned, all of this costs money. It's not cheap. So what kind of investments, and Vincent, my question is to you, what kind of sort of private investments, kind of financing that you need is really required to help with this transition, to help it leapfrog?
Well, you need obviously capital investment in the form of capex investment, so to reduce the upfront cost that you have, whether to buy your trucks or to invest in depot charging and so on. So capex investment. We also seeing a lot of tax incentives. Reductions on the investment you're making, obviously, to ease the path for the first adopters to move and transition. That for sure, I think it's an investment that is required. Do you see a lot of also public and private partnerships? We mentioned a lot of them, especially on infrastructure. So utilities, upgrading the grid, making sure that we have rapidly the right voltage and the right grid for the moment. When you can see in Europe, for example, sometimes we can wait for 2 years before getting the grid upgraded. How can you expect that we move faster? So I would say that is one element, but also the element would be also in terms of standards. And I think it's also linked to autonomous vehicles. You need to have some standards to help and support those new technologies, whether it's around vehicle safety, whether it's for charging infrastructure, whether it's data security. We are sharing a lot of data. So you need to have those standards to start to have the companies starting to deploy. And for example, looking at the US, they have multiple charging systems today, standards. So it's very difficult now for a fleet operator managing battery electric trucks to go through some roads when you have different systems to charge your trucks and batteries.
So here's the thing. Suppose we fix the infrastructure problem, the money problem. There's the big question. Are EVs really the answer, because there is so much pressure to decarbonize. And we do it, as industry people, but also as individuals. So I guess my question to you, Vincent, is there are questions being asked about whether EVs are really the answer, because a lot of what is powering charging stations, for example, is coal. So what are those conversations that you're having, and what are your thoughts on, how to make this more sustainable? Or is another model perhaps more important, or the technology that we should look at?
No, it's a very good question. We have often that question. And it's true that EV is part of the solution, but it's not the only solution. And through our research project called Green Compact, what we assessed is if you implement efficiency measures, you can already reduce your CO2 emissions, energy consumption by 50%. So what I mean by that is basically efficiency measures. It's at the level of the trucks, at the level of the drivers for eco-driving. At the level of the trucks could be better tires, advanced lubricants, upgrading the fleet already. They're all fleet already operating. Only upgrading the fleet will be an advantage. Also logistics, bringing more eco-trucks, optimizing routes. So all these efficiency measures need to be put in place. And it's the first pragmatic step, because then it gives more latitude for grid solution providers to deploy those solutions. So you need to reduce the energy consumption, and then you need to work as well in parallel on the alternative fuels. And you need to have quite a broad range of solutions depending on your energy landscape. It doesn't make sense, for example, to force into battery electric when your power generation is coming from coal. I mean, you don't achieve anything with that. But definitely offering different solutions for different stakeholders, for different usages, whether it's short haul, medium term, or long haul. This is the things you need to adapt, being open to the different solutions you have in mind.
Chang, with EVs, passenger vehicles, yes, the sort of uptick is better, because in commercial, you are prioritizing costs oftentimes versus the ecology, the economics versus the environment. So then how do you make a business case for you while also balancing costs, and also, many of your customers, I'm assuming, have net zero pledges?
Well, I think with EV trucks or hydrogen trucks, it's a total cost of ownership. It's really about getting the costs down. An EV truck has 800 kilowatt hours of battery, 10 times what a passenger car has. And so it comes down to the cost of batteries, really. And of course, the source of electricity. So when you say decarbonization, I mean, from what I know of the kingdom, it does seem to make a lot of sense given the capacity for solar, I think the capacity to generate hydrogen. And then for autonomous driving, I think the use case is very clear. The savings are very clear. It comes down to more of a regulatory and technology question.
Great, that was a great sales pitch as well. Thank you, gentlemen. We're completely out of time. Thank you for being here and for attending our session. And from what I gathered, EVs, autonomous vehicles, it's a big ecosystem. So we need public-private partnerships, a lot of focus on bringing costs down, and really leveraging the most efficient technology to make the future of road transport greener, cleaner, and also more cost efficient. So on that note, thank you so much, and we'll head out. I'd also like to take this opportunity to invite our next speaker, who will be taking on the conversation of technology and people. The session is on man and machine and how to transform tomorrow's industry. So please welcome on stage the president of KFUPM. KFUPM is King Fahad University of Petroleum and Minerals. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Al-Sagaf.
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to participate in this illustrious forum. And indeed, I will be talking about man and machine and empowering the talent to transform tomorrow and to move countries, and especially Saudi Arabia, from its current economy into the economy of the future. And weaved within my presentation is a little bit about what we are doing at KFUPM, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, to actually practice and execute everything that I'm going to talk about in the first part of my presentation, which is very general and applicable to any academic institution indeed. So when we say that talent must transform tomorrow, we are talking about a strategic objective for talent. That strategic objective is to expand the base of the Saudi economy. And as you know, since the Saudi economy has now become very well aligned with the global economy, indeed, expand the pace of the global economy as well. But how? How do you expand an economy, especially one like Saudi Arabia's, that is a monosector economy that relies on one particular sector, oil and gas, to a very large extent? You cannot expand this economy by focusing on this one sector, because already it is the largest sector in the world, oil and gas, and whatever you do, you can only incrementally expand that sector. If indeed you want a substantial expansion of the economy of the entire country, then you cannot focus on one sector, but rather build and nourish and establish new sectors, and henceforth these sectors will expand the economy. But this poses another question then: how do you establish new sectors? And the answer is very simple. You need two things. You need investment and you need talent. Investment is very important, but talent is even more important. And we also say that this formula, actually, investment plus talent, is wrong. This formula is wrong. Why is it wrong? Because the relationship between the two is not an additive relationship. If it were an additive relationship, you could make up for the lack of talent by more investment, which you cannot. Indeed, it's a multiplicative relationship. It's talent that amplifies and enables the investment, and without it, you will be multiplying by zero, right? And what do you get when you multiply by zero? You get nothing. And similarly, investment is also important. Otherwise, the entire product will be that of nothing. So to expand the economy, you need new sectors. For new sectors, you need talent. But which talent? Not every talent is applicable, because we believe there are three types of talent, three types of output of academic institutions. The first type is the economy burdening talent. All the university graduates whose skills are not needed in today's nor in tomorrow's economy. And therefore, they are not really participating in the build-up of the new economy. In fact, they are a burden even on the current economy, and universities around the globe keep churning out graduates in large numbers who fit that bill, and they end up with menial jobs for which they were not trained. The second type is the economy maintaining talent. All the university professors and physicians and bankers and lawyers and engineers and pilots and so on who keep the current economy going. This is the largest portion of any economy, and it is essential for the continued existence and evolution of the current economy. But what concerns us today, given the title of this session, is the economy creating talent. Those are the few who are going to create the future economy. And this is what we tell our students at KFUPM when they come in. You are not here to learn to get a job. Our university is a very tough university to get into. It has the highest employability rate in the kingdom, almost 100%. So it isn't a question of getting a job. You are not here to learn to get a job. You are here to learn to create a job. And this indeed is what we want from this economy, creating output and talent that is going to transform the future industries. And of course, those students have to be trained in a special way. And we say that there are 3 types of academic institutions when it comes to training students and tech development. If this chart shows tech development over time, progressing, some institutions don't participate. They focus on teaching and so on and omit research, and therefore they lag in terms of tech development. The second type is what I call the tech following institutions. Those are all the institutions, the universities that jump on the bandwagon whenever there is a fashionable new industry. Nanotechnology was fashionable 10 years ago. Everybody was doing nanotech, nano centers, and so on and so forth, and then graphene, and then now the darling of today's technology, large language models and ChatGPT and so on. But that is the wrong posture for an academic institution. The right posture is to be tech leading or tech leaping. We as academic institutions must foresee future challenges facing humanity and must start developing solutions for them right now, before the industry comes knocking, and definitely before the industry develops these solutions. And so I said that we need new sectors that need talent, special type of economy creating, and they need to be trained like this, such that we constantly pull up and push forward the tech development curve. What I'm going to talk about quickly in the remaining few minutes is what we have been doing at KFUPM. Number one, we are focusing on these 10 sectors that form at least what intersects us in terms of the future economy of the kingdom. And as you can see, they have energy and manufacturing and space and defense and materials. And of course, they have mobility and logistics, which is quite relevant to today's forum. Within these sectors, we have, over the past 4 years, since the university became independent and started its transformation, created 95 new programs in future-facing topics, from AI and machine learning to cybersecurity and blockchain to visual computing to quantum computing to supply chain management to and so on and so forth, such that we can be true to ourselves and be tech-leading, identifying and anticipating challenges of the future. And many people will tell you right now, hydrogen mobility and so on. We already graduated 4 cohorts in hydrogen mobility, 4 cohorts in non-metallic materials, 4 cohorts in quantum computing, and so on. And research is also very important, and not going to belabor this topic a lot, but the most important topic for research in a university is the objective, is the purpose of research. The purpose of research cannot be citations and publications and glory to the researcher. It has to be making an impact on humanity, improving the human condition, making an impact on the national economy, and so on and so forth, and everything else then comes as a byproduct. For this reason, we created a number of new research centers, in fact, 23 of them, and all of them are all-inclusive and all-interdisciplinary. And we come to this important topic that every CEO or president apparently must talk about these days, and I emphasize, in my case, that 4 years ago, and double underline 4 years ago, before the ChatGPT craze, we at KFUPM said, AI to this generation is what mathematics was for our generation. You cannot be an engineer without studying mathematics, and you cannot be a valid member of the workforce of tomorrow if you don't fully comprehend AI. Not only comprehend it, you have to understand it so well in the beginning of your studies and build your major and discipline on it. This is why we came up with this AI plus X, meaning you first learn AI at KFUPM and then you learn petroleum engineering or mechanical or finance or bioengineering and so on and so forth. We have a substantial focus on students from the point of view not only of educating them, but we don't want to just graduate bookworms. We want to graduate leaders. Therefore, every student at KFUB must attain these key critical cultures. High aspirations, must strive to change the world. Self-reliant, we say throw the students to the ocean and they will learn how to swim. Global citizenship, every student must go outside Saudi Arabia during their tenure at KFUBM. They must work in interdisciplinary team. They must do undergraduate research, and they must focus on entrepreneurship. Our students come from many countries. 4 years ago, they came from these countries only, a handful, and now our students come from 67 countries around the globe, from Ecuador and Colombia and Canada and the US, all the way going through Europe and Africa and so on, and China and Russia, and not only diversity in terms of geography. This university has been a men-only university for 60 years, and over the past 4 years, the university not only admitted women in every level. KFUBM currently has the distinction of having the highest enrollment of females in engineering anywhere in the world. Anywhere, at 40 to 50%, and the world is only at 10 to 15 to 20%. That's in engineering. Otherwise, almost all universities are 50-50. The university has improved quite a bit in the rankings, even though we don't believe the rankings represent an objective. It is currently number 101 in the QS global ranking. The university was announced only last week as the #1 university in the Middle East and Africa, ahead of all Saudi, Gulf, Israeli, South African, Turkish universities, and that is an important distinction. But the most important distinction, and this is my final slide, is our students. Because of the investment in developing the students as leaders, our students a few months ago won the pole position, #1 in the international drone competition in the US, ahead of fantastic universities such as Cornell and Berkeley and Purdue and others. And so to sum up, what I said is that to effectively develop the industries of the future, the human capital must be an important principal pillar. It is a multiplicative factor. It is not an additive factor. And talent, therefore, not just investment is needed for these future sectors and future industries, but not any talent, rather economy creating talent, and they must be trained in a tech leaping mode that anticipates future human challenges and starts developing solutions for them from today. And I gave a few brief examples on the what, how, and who that happened at KFUBM. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Dr. Mohammed Al-Sagas, we thank you very much for your keynote. There is a statistic which is rather embarrassing for us if we're in the logistics business, and that is that the 5th highest global emitter of CO2 is transportation. So what do we do about that? How do we manage a green transition? Is that even possible when we're looking at moving goods from one part of the world to another part of the world? So the name of this session is The Tipping Point. Can we reshape logistics to save the planet? I'm going to invite 3 guests onto the stage. You're going to wrestle with that very difficult conversation. And first of all, I'd like to meet Ashraf Ilili, Chief Executive Officer of Flow Progressive Logistics. Ashraf, please come on stage. As your foot touches the stage, the audience will applaud you as you walk from there all the way across to here. Joining Ashraf, Manoj Ganguly. Manoj, it is so good to have you. MG, Chief Sustainability Officer of Aramex. Welcome. And Oliver Stork, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Siva Logistics. Gentlemen, it is good to have you. Thank you for joining us. It would be really nice to hear, gentlemen, from your perspective, how you would describe the business that you're in. So when we're talking about a green transition, how do we improve what logistics does to the environment? We understand where you're coming from. Ashraf, please start.
Thank you, Femi. Good afternoon, everyone. We are very happy and glad to be in this wonderful first forum ever. It's happening this year. I think it's a great start for you guys as organizers, and hope next year is going to be even much better. Yes, I represent Flow Progressive Logistics. It's an end-to-end logistic and supply chain provider based in Jeddah, in Saudi Arabia, and we are having operations across the region. We are part of a bigger ecosystem, which is Al Suleiman Group, and we are into retail and obviously logistics and into the energy sector as well. What we do for a living, anything that can move, and it is impacting somehow the entire supply chain. We are into it, from cross-border e-commerce, from cross-border freight forwarding industry, customs clearance, warehousing, transportation, and obviously last mile and other contract logistic sector as well.
Mm-hmm. Oliver.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Great to be here at the Global Logistics Forum. So Siva Logistics is a leading global logistics player, doing air and ocean freight forwarding, servicing contract logistics, and also road transportation. That's what we do. And here in the Kingdom, we just marked a milestone through a venture with Al Majdoui Logistics. So we are now also one of the leading players in Saudi Arabia since yesterday.
Congratulations. MG.
Thank you, Femi. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be here amongst all of these people, and it's a fantastic kind of an event that is being organized. So it's an honor to be here. In terms of Aramex, let me speak a little about Aramex. Hands up, honest confession, I've just joined Aramex 2 months back. So if I kind of say something inappropriate, please kind of bear with me. With regards to Aramex, we are across the first mile, the second mile, and the kind of the what we call as the kind of the last mile of logistics, kind of spanning the entire logistics spectrum. We are across operating in 60 odd countries, serving customers all over the world. And in terms of sustainability, Aramex has been a front runner in this region. It's been a front runner in the Kingdom as well, looking at sustainability options, because as I mentioned, kind of the logistics that we span across, we kind of use all the 3 different modes of transport, i.e. ship, air, and road transport. And it's imperative for us that we kind of look at the sustainability, different sustainability solutions that are out there, and also start taking action. So I'll keep on kind of reiterating this word. I think it's the time for kind of just making what do you call it, like statements in terms of this is what we want to do. I think we are standing on a burning platform. We have to take action, and that's where we want to be.
So the premise of our conversation starts at a really negative place. We, as logistic industries, are ruining the planet. Agree?
Yes, we're part of the problem. As you said before, I think 1/4 of CO2 emission is linked to goods or passenger transportation. So we need also to be part of the solution, very much so. It cannot be that you're going to stop the exchange or global trade, because it's necessary for people to continue developing and living, but we need to be part of the solution to make it happen in a more efficient way, definitely.
MG.
I totally agree with you, but I have a different connotation to this. I think we are part of the problem, but we are also part of the solution. So when you look at the logistics industry, it's a little bit different from, for example, transporting humans on kind of aircrafts, right? So when you are looking at humans being transported on aircraft, then there is a big question, i.e., who pays the green premium? Do you kind of convince each and every individual flyer to pay the green premium? Or if you are a logistics player, then you kind of work with the value chain because you are an organization who has got a bit more kind of, what do you call it, clout, to kind of influence the value chain. When I say value chain, I'm talking about your buyers, I'm talking about the operators, and I'm also talking about, for example, your customers. So pretty much everybody across the value chain. And also the OEMs, so everybody, right? So you have that influence, and you also need to kind of work with governments as well. And that's where you kind of bring the entire sort of value chain together. And this is a good example, right? That's what we are doing. So kind of the private players, the kind of the public forum, and the governments coming together and addressing the problem. So on a positive note, we are part of the problem, but we are also part of the solution.
Ashraf, a specific solution from your perspective that you feel that you want to share with our forum, that you see, this is how we tackle logistics not being the best for our environment. What would you land on? What would you want to share?
First of all, I think, Fimi, thank you so much for the wonderful question and the provocative, I think, comment that you just made. I think we are like coffee, right? I mean, coffee is a problem across the board, but you cannot live without coffee. Today, in the retail or in the e-commerce, you need to buy things, right? And you cannot do that without logistic companies. I think the broader answer to it is, first of all, are you into a green up action and activities as logistic industry and logistic companies? And if you are, it means that you are not stuck in the traffic. And if you're not stuck in the traffic, it means you are moving. So I think to answer your question, first thing is the awareness. Is our ecosystem as a whole is aware about the challenge that you are in? And then each player of us, individually speaking, are we also aware and are we into that green up action and activities? And if the answer is yes, then everything will follow. And if the answer is maybe, then it's the right time now, and maybe it's too late, but it's again right time now to wake up and start your activities. Now, what are the things that we need to do immediately? Individually, we have a lot of things to do, and each company is here represent each other, and each one of us has our sustainability roadmap, and that impact has to become from a profit point of view, from an efficiency point of view, from a customer experience point of view, and from a responsibility towards our environment. That's individually, but collectively speaking, the solution that I see is everyone to sit down together, private and public sectors, and all these actions that we need to do. For instance, the Kingdom has this dream and goal by 2060 to have zero emission. And you know, the Kingdom 2060, in a couple of years from now, that goal becomes 2040 goal, right? So accelerating such goals and working together towards such goals, I think that's the key for our success.
Oliver, go ahead.
Yeah, Femi, you were asking for concrete solutions. I give you two examples. One is at SIVA, we are developing what we call reusable packaging systems for the automotive industry, for other industries. And the idea behind is we are saving tons of wood, pallet, plastics, paper cartons for our clients. So it's reusable and it's good for the planet. Another example, which is even more striking, we belong to CMS EGM Group. CMS EGM made an investment over 17 billion US to go for low emission vessels. As we speak, we have 30 vessels in the fleet, which are running on LNG, and we have more than 80 in ordering book as we speak. And I believe it shows two things. One is the commitment from the players who are part of the solutions, as MG was explaining. The second thing is also underlining the difficulties that we bump into identifying solution. Three difficulties mostly. One is the right technology. When you're talking electric vehicles, 3.5 tons, it's easy. When you're talking large vessel, what is the right technology? We bet on LNG. What is the technology for tomorrow? Ammonia, biomethane, we don't know. And you make investment for the next coming 30 years. The second problem is the cost of green logistics. Green logistics is more expensive than, I would say, normal logistics. Who is going to pay for that? And the third one is, and I think it's particularly important for the Saudi authorities, what is the right regulation? What is the right frame that is put forth so as to force each and every player to go for greener logistics?
Can I just add on to that, Olivier? So what you mentioned in terms of the technology, I think that's spot on, right? So there are a lot of areas where there is, you can say, kind of, there are a lot different options at play. Say, for example, when we pick up on sustainable aviation fuel, scope 3 emissions coming from airlines, because we are an asset-light company, so we kind of hire space with our airlines partners, right? So we kind of work with them to reduce the scope 3 emissions. Sustainable aviation fuel, let's be honest, folks, right? It's 5 to 6 times more expensive than conventional jet fuel, right? So when you think about using sustainable aviation fuel, somebody needs to pay the green premium. That's always the elephant in the room. Who's going to pay the cost for the green premium? Again, taking a step back, with regards to producing the sustainable aviation fuel, do you know like the amount of investment that will be needed between now until 2050 if we want to have decarbonized aviation sector? I actually kind of worked on a report, and it says like $175 billion a year, every year from now till 2050. Now, these are very, very big numbers. It cannot be done by an organization. It cannot be done by a single government. I think this is where, again, collaboration needs to come into play, and we all need to work together. Building on the kind of the what do you call it, again, kind of picking up the right choice, right, with regards to EV, whether it's going to be EV, whether it's going to be green hydrogen that's going to drive our kind of heavy logistics. That's also an area where we need kind of, I would say, working with the public sector and the governments together, hand in hand, laying out the policies, which A, gives a clear direction to the private sector to pick up the right technology, or the right bet where you put in your capex, but also at the same point in time, kind of understanding that the private sector won't be able to do it alone. Again, when I say private sector, it's our buyers, it's our kind of OEMs, it's our energy suppliers, energy producers, and everybody. So it's kind of the entire value chain, and this is where the government also kind of needs to kind of play a very, very big role.
But you see, MG, I tend to slightly disagree with you and also Olivier here. I think we keep on putting this elephant in the room of the cost of the sustainability and what have you. But the way we've been seeing it at Flow, but also at Suleiman Group, is more of that total cost of ownership. So here we go with an ROI view, and what's happening? You put that EV trucks today, right? Guaranteed in 3 years, it will pay off. You change your energy. In our King Abdullah Economic City, we have 100,000 square meter of state-of-the-art facility, fully automated and what have you, and we started our journey into putting the solar panel and what have you. Yes, it's a heavy capex at front, but immediately your bills, be it fuel, be it energy, be it electricity, is going to go down. And that turning point is 3 years, 2.5 years. So I think we have the responsibility as leaders in this logistic arena also to take that audacious, that courageous step forward. Sometimes you need to go back to the shareholders, and guess what, shareholders, guys, it's not about the P&L of this quarter, it's not about the P&L of this year, and you put that commitment that in 2.5, 3 years from now, that return is coming, and I will show you the way and the map to it. Today, what we do for living, we do 2-3 things to impact, right? We do facilities, and those are assets, again, under the asset, and you have the people, and you have the transportation, which is the fleet, as a matter of fact. Now, back to Olivier, artificial intelligence, and the data analytic, and what have you. If we don't integrate that, and it's not from a buzzword or a PR kind of campaign, but we do that in our operations. I'll just give you an example at Flow. We just went with a Saudi startup, and we gave them all our trucks, all our routes, our planning, our pickup locations, and what have you. In a given day, we have 700 to 800 trips within the kingdom only, without the region, which means that we are part of the problem. Having 800 heavy fleet every day, it's a lot of carbon emission, right? And the mantra that we have is the customer who dictates the price, and the customer who dictates the SLA, the transit time, and now is the customer who dictates also how green you should be as a company working with me, right? And we told them these are the 3 things. This is our price, this is our SLA, and how green we would like to be with those customers. And guess what? They took 1 month with our team, operations team, and we come up now. I mean, our first month is September, and we're already at 20% less fuel consumption. It's a big step for us. It might sound ridiculous, 20%, but for us it's a big step. And I think building on that, using the right data, using the predictive analytics of our customers, using the past data, using the different data that also the government is putting from GPS, from traffic, from. Building all of that, those are the steps and building blocks that we need to take individually, but then jointly as well for a brighter future.
So MG, you go first, I'll go second, because I'm just wondering, actually going first, if you are still seeing the greening of your business as more expensive, and you're willing to take that expense, and other companies are not willing to go that route. That's what I'm wondering.
This is a total cost of ownership discussion, right? So if you are aligned with your shareholders and the different stakeholders that you have within your group of companies or holding or whatever, and you're aligned about a short-term view and a long-term view.
So you tell shareholders you're not going to make that much money this year, but in 3 years' time you will.
As long as you show the way as well, right? As long as you show there is an improvement and there is some return on investment that you see every quarter.
I bet you're extremely persuasive, because that's a hard conversation to have. MG, then Oliver.
Actually, I want to build on that, Ashraf. So what you said makes a lot of sense. You actually didn't contradict. You said something which I wanted to say. So,
okay, sure.
So when you talk about the total cost of ownership, if you think about it very pragmatically, even now, from an EV perspective versus an ICE, it already makes sense in most cases, right? You don't even have to look for an upfront investment. It just makes sense now. What's then holding all of these companies back from kind of rolling out EVs right, left, and center? There are certain things. So one is, for example, how practical is it to roll it out in certain geographies and in certain kind of routes, right? So you have to kind of plan your routes according to your charging infrastructure. That's where I keep on kind of harping about it, is the kind of the private sector and the public sector / the government comes into play and work together to make that infrastructure doable. And in some cases, it might be kind of alliances within private sectors as well. So, for example, if Aramex is building, this is just me talking in my capacity, right? Please don't take it in any other way. Aramex is building charging infrastructure.
Are you?
Good question. Yes, we are. We definitely are. If we want to kind of roll out EVs, we will have to, right? Sure. We are kind of, it should be shared infrastructure, right? It shouldn't kind of saying that if we have created something, it's only for us. Similarly, if you are doing it, we kind of, during the initial days, we should say that, all right, let's kind of think about kind of sharing our infrastructure so that we can all roll out at speed. And at the same point in time, the government will kind of start supporting on an infrastructure-wise, i.e. you had your public chargers or kind of central locations where you can charge your EVs. But having said that, TCO, when you think about it, yeah, it makes business sense now as we speak. So,
yeah, I would tend to partly agree and partly disagree with my colleagues, because it's true, solutions exist when you go to last mile. And I think we are talking here very downstream logistics. So you can get greener warehouses, you can get electric vehicle to do the last mile. That's fine. But being a global player at CEVA, we are also very much into what I would call upstream logistics. So global ocean freight, global air freight, and or trucking even. And that's where you have difficulties, because the technology is not that much available on the one end. And again, the clients are very clear that what they are looking for ultimately, and there is a tension for our clients, because all our large clients, they have CSR departments, they issue CSR reports, and they're very much into those topics. But at the time of the RFQ, what they look into is cost and transit time. So that's the difficulty, and the reality is, for what I would call the upstream logistics on global transportation, you have cost and transit time that are defeating the very purpose of greener logistics. Let me take a local example. I believe that the authorities wish to develop the rail situation between Dammam and Riyadh. You know that today we have lots of goods incoming into Dammam due to the Red Sea situation. The reality is trucking will always be cheaper and faster between Dammam and Riyadh than using trains. So if you really want to create a modal shift, you need to put things into place that will force the players to shift to a different mode. So that's the real difficulty we are into. We're trying to come up with, I would say, a three-heads proposal: green, fast, and cheap. And you make up your solution, but the reality is it's a very difficult bet, and it's not a bet that can be taken only in one global logistic hub. It's a global situation, and that's where regulation again come into play to accelerate the pace to greener logistics.
In the 10th edition of the Global Logistics Forum in Riyadh, would this even be a conversation 10 years from now, Ashraf?
I think it will, right? I mean, we still, our targets and the targets of most of the governments is 2040 and 2060. There are two elements to it, that's my own opinion here. One is the intelligence, the artificial intelligence keeps on evolving. No one here or elsewhere can say that that development activity and that thing will stop one day. And you know, the history proved us all wrong. And I think as long as humanity will continue developing towards artificial intelligence, means we as logistic companies, we need to continue adapting ourselves to it. So that's one thing. The second thing, which is very critical, is those goals and target of 2040, 2050, and 2060. Things do evolve, and every year we are reviewing different kind of tactics and different everything. So I think next year, the year after, those topics are going to continue to be hot.
MG, decade from now, will we still be talking about how do we green our logistics value chain?
So first of all, I think it's the step in the right direction, that we are having this forum, we are having this discussion, we are having kind of free exchange of dialogue between ourselves and kind of figuring out how the private sector can work together and kind of have a green logistics future. I keep on saying, I don't think humanity has a choice. We are standing at a place where it's kind of you can't do any other way. You have to think about it. So having said that, I think we at RMX, we have taken kind of very early steps in this direction for quite a few years. I can't take credit for that, but we have started kind of figuring out what our emissions are and kind of reporting it on an annual basis. I think that's the kind of the very basic step that you should be doing, understanding, and then trying to address it. So now it's time for us to take action and work through all of the things that we are discussing. To your point, Olivia, there are certain areas where there are technological challenges. We yet don't know what's the kind of the exact right way forward for us. But again, there are areas, for example, in last mile, in certain cases with sustainable aviation fuel, in certain cases for kind of green shipping, where there are options already out there. So I think there's kind of way for us to kind of start doing things now. And as we progress, there will be more and more options on the plate that we can kind of pick and choose and say, this is the one that makes more sense for us as an organization.
Yes.
I think in 10 years' time, KSA will have achieved its Vision 2030. So it will have become a key hub in terms of both transportation, but also manufacturing. And I think that globally, in 10 years, we will have what you talked about TCO. I think in 10 years, we will have what we call TCO2, which is the total cost of CO2 emission for all the manufacturing hubs in the world. And that ranking will be kind of leeway, green light or red light to access US markets, European markets, and that kind of thing. And I believe that if you really want to make a breakthrough, that manufacturing hub will have to be at a high level of ranking in what I would call TCO2. And again, preaching for my home, I believe that Siva Al-Majdoui will still be among the top 3 players, and that will be offering the support to be a strong manufacturing hub here in Saudi Arabia.
And on that humble brag, we will end the panel. Oliver, MG, Ashraf, thank you so much for your insight, predicting the future and what we can do with greening the transition of our logistics industry. Audience, please thank your panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Femi.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
And let me take the chance also to thank Femi once again for moderating a panel which I think brought real energy and some cut and thrust, actually, as our last panel as part of the plenary sessions over these 2 days. There are more discussions and breakout sessions to go on through the afternoon, so please make the most of those. But what I'd like to do now is draw the plenary element of our forum to a close. And it's a great pleasure for me to be able to ask the Vice Minister for Transport and Logistics Services here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Rumai Al-Rumai, for closing remarks. Your Excellency.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious and most merciful, peace be upon you.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz. For his generous patronage of this forum, and to His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, whose vision and ambition have inspired the progress we celebrate here today. It is through their leadership and foresight that events like this are possible. Their belief in the power of logistics to connect our world has guided us to where we stand today. But let me take a moment to recognize my friend, His Excellency Engineer Saleh Al-Jasir, the Minister of Transportation and Logistic Services. His Excellency's dedication, vision, and commitment to excellence, and I mean it, to excellence, have made the cornerstone of this forum's success. He has brought us together, creating an environment where collaboration and innovation thrive. His leadership has not only shaped this inaugural edition of the Global Logistic Forum, it has laid the foundation for the future of logistics on a global scale. So, Your Excellency, he's not present, but I'm sure he can hear us. Thank you. And to everyone who has been a part of this forum, thank you. Over the past 2 days, we have come together as partners, as innovators, as leaders to reshape the future of global logistics. We have shared ideas, confronted challenges, and made great progress. The forum has brought us together in a remarkable way. Thousands of attendees from across the globe have collaborated, sharing knowledge, exploring new ideas, and pushing the boundaries for what is not only possible, what is not impossible. We have witnessed agreements signed and announced, MOUs, worth millions of Saudi, actually billions of Saudi riyals, marking significant milestones in the future of our industry. Students from all over the world have engaged in our workshops, supported by more than 600 scholarships for Saudi students, unlocking their potential and preparing them to be the leaders of tomorrow. But this forum is more than numbers. It has built bridges between people in the room and outside, places and ideas. In closing, I want to thank you all. You deserve a round of applause. We can move mountain by connecting the world through logistics. I look forward to seeing the incredible outcomes of what we have started here together. Until next time, thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so very much indeed for those closing words and for encapsulating everything that's been achieved in the last 2 days. I'm not going to let you go just yet. If you'd like to move to the center stage, because as I said just at the very start, to me, this whole venue and the speed with which it was constructed and everything was brought together was in itself quite remarkable. And that doesn't happen by chance, and this is an opportunity really to express an acknowledgement and appreciation of these many partners who have worked so hard and been so supportive in pulling all this together. I'd like them all to come up and receive a moment of recognition of their efforts, and I will call out the names, and please start the process. The Vice Minister is ready, so let's start the process. And our first partner I'd like to call up is NIDLIP to come up and receive some acknowledgement of the work that they've put into this event. So our thanks from the heart to NIDLIP for the contributions you've made to this inaugural Global Logistics Forum. And now on to Saudia Group. Saudia Group, who've also been engaged in memorandums of understanding for supporting training and education opportunities. Thank you very much indeed. KAFD, CAFD, founding partner, please come and join the stage. Thank you. Our thanks to KAFD and our thanks too to STC. So please come and receive a round of applause and acknowledgement from the Vice Minister. Okay, let's keep we'll keep the ball rolling, shall we? And it's now a great pleasure to ask SPL, the representative from SPL, to come and join us. Thank you. one of the key logistics partners, SPL, thank you very much indeed for your contributions. We hope you've enjoyed the hospitality here, and it's a chance to recognize Al Tanfiti for their commitment to the hospitality at the forum. Al Tanfiti. And also as a strategic partner, Saudi Cargo. It is absolutely a recognition, a trophy which represents logistics, planes, trains and automobiles, all in one beautiful encasement there. Thank you very much indeed. And Saudi Ports Authority as well, please come to the stage. And many thanks indeed for your contributions. Moving on to SILS, SILZ. SILS, please come up to the stage. Thank you. Another strategic partner in the promotion and establishment of the Global Logistics Forum. From one strategic partner, we move on to another because it's now a great pleasure to invite Aramco to the stage. Our thanks to Aramco. Rather fitting, we have a lot of strategic partners which makes sense for a logistics event. And so to Matarat. Matarat, thank you for your support. Please come to the stage. Let's move on from Matarat then to SGP, another strategic partner. Thank you so much for your support. Our thanks to SGP. And equally, our thanks also to SUA, S-U-W-A, to SUA, another strategic partner. Please come up and receive an expression of acknowledgement from His Excellency the Vice Minister. I should say, if you're not one of the lucky recipients of these gorgeous awards, do get a chance to have a look at it because it's an ingenious pull together of the logistics industry. And the same for Agility. Agility, many thanks. A valuable strategic partner, as is GeoSA. Please come to the stage. GeoSA. In our list of strategic partners, Al Marais. Al Marais. And to Maersk, a strategic partner for this forum. Thanks to Maersk. Please come and join us on the stage. Okay, let's move on then. We're going to move on to our premier partners, the first of which is MSC. And Huawei, another premier partner, a representative from Huawei. You know what it is, Minister, they are too busy transacting back out in the main hall, which is a very good sign indeed. But please could I invite a representative for the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu to the stage. And indeed to DSV. And to DB Schenker, many thanks for your support, Premier Partner. As indeed is Folk Maritime, another Premier Partner. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And last on our list of premier partners, that is, to Aramex. Aramex. We move from premier partners on to official mobility partner, and first of all, to Shift. And the official media partner for this global forum, NOB. There are so many others who deserve appreciation and acknowledgement at this stage, and I'm going to call you out and invite you to come to the side of the stage to receive your awards as well. So I will do that straight away. That is the King Fahd Causeway Authority, LogiPoint, Proceed, FedEx, Al Oteshan, Al Majdoui, Abdul Latif Jamil Logistics, Autonomous Technologies, Dronamics, EHang, Electromin, Jahez, Lilium, QSS AI and Robotics, Vigo, Accenture, Arthur D. Little, Bain, BCG, PwC, Chaser, Invest Saudi, Zakat Tax and Customs Authority, GACA, Roads General Authority, the National Transport Safety Centre, and Saudi Arabia Railway. And there we have another round of applause of thanks to all our partners. It feels like an object lesson in modern logistics, fast turnaround, great efficiency. Vice Minister, Your Excellency, thank you so very much indeed for carrying out those awards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Special thanks to His Excellency Ahmed Al Hassan and his team. Done an excellent job. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much. It is also worth pointing out that it takes more than partners. They are vital, but it also takes all those individuals who are here who have made this show work, and it is a good time to recognize and appreciate all the efforts that they've made. And I'm delighted to invite Asma Al-Otaibi, the General Manager of Logistics Services Development, to the stage to say a few words and make some acknowledgement of the efforts made here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Your Excellencies, thank you so much. I would like to give special thanks to all of the great team that is work from MOTLS Plus and from our partners who helped to make this event a success. And I would like to, for His Excellency and all of you, to take a picture with the project team. They did a lot. They were working day and night for this event to be a success. Thank you. Malik.
Yeah, let's get everyone up on stage from those staff who've put in so much effort and hard work to make this such a success. The inaugural Global Logistics Forum, and it has been 2 packed days, I'm sure you'll agree. So many events, so many meetings, so many transactions, and they all have to be managed. So a real moment of genuine gratitude to all those of you who've made that effort and made this a possibility. Thank you. More still coming up onto the stage. Yep, if you're coming, come. Now's your chance. Don't miss your chance, but you need to be quick. Yep. And thumbs up for Global Logistics Forum 2025 as well, I hope. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you for being with us here. So we are drawing very much to the close, as you would expect, but there is one last moment that we need to bring you, and I hope you'll stay with us for it. It is the best of highlights on video of the last 2 days. One good reason for staying is that you'll all have a chance to see if you can spot yourselves. So after 2 amazing days, I'd like to ask our crew to leave the stage. Yep, if you come down off the stage, we're going to show the video. And as a final farewell, thank you so much indeed for being with us, for being in the hall, for being in all the breakout sessions, and putting so much effort into this, the first Global Logistics Forum. We have a video for you.
Welcome to the first ever Global Logistics Forum here in Riyadh. Today marks not just a moment for reaction, but it's time for action.
Saudi Arabia and the Global Logistics Forum are leading the charge, working towards a new frontier where logistics spans beyond Earth. Together, they're transforming dreams into reality, connecting us with a universe of possibilities. And rivers. Their tireless efforts knitting together the distant corners of the world. These hidden heroes laid the foundation for cultural exchange and global commerce.
We're going to create our own regional logistics hub.
The best opportunity to sweat these assets is through the enablement of AI, through the enablement of digitalization.
I think what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia trying to do is put more focus internationally on this very important sector.
نشوف كلنا بنعمل ايه، كلنا نتعاون مع بعض. أنا أشوف المملكة العربية السعودية بتعمل ايه، وأنا بعمل ايه، ونتكامل مع بعض.
الآثار دي تنتهي، احنا هنرجع نمر في قناة السويس لأن هي الأأمن وهي الأقصر عن أي طريق آخر.
Over the next 2 days, we will together address the challenges that face us and shape sustainable future that promote prosperity for everyone.
The world is more connected today than it ever was, and it will continue to be more connected as we move forward.
It's very, very nimble and listening to our customers and trying to predict what their needs will be so that we can target the investments in our networks in the right places for them.
That through these incentives and initiatives, we are putting in place the building blocks for Saudi Arabia to reshape the map of the global logistic industry.
Revolution is not a word that should be tossed casually.
We could not have achieved this success without the support of our partners.
We engage with small companies to offer customized solutions.
One of the key themes of today's session as a precursor to GLF is to take your experiences, your insights, and your knowledge.
Allow me to welcome you all to tonight's gala dinner, which marks the very first Global Logistics Forum.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to day 2 of the Global Logistics Forum.
Logistics is a core pillar of what do we speak about in NEOM.
For me, a forum it's a marketplace for ideas, for conversations, for connections, and for transactions. We saw all of that yesterday,
Absolutely.
So plenty more to come.
We need to see a proliferation of new technologies.
And by putting in place technology, you have win-win-win.
We need to find a way to work together in order to ensure that we have systems that are interconnected.
Logistics is important. If you want to manufacture in your country, if you want to move goods, it's
trials were very successful. We identified gaps that need to be fulfilled to adapt such technology.
And I'm very optimistic on what the Kingdom has said so far on its vision for Saudi Arabia and the wider region.
Through cooperation, focus on sustainability, and the adoption of new technologies, great progress will be made. Right here, right now, let's work together to shape the future of our industry.